Hello. Don't you dare, Shock. I see you with the 200 pulse. Don't you fucking dare. Anyway, hi everyone. Hope you're enjoying the Saf drought that's gonna happen now, because I'm not gonna do shit for the rest of October. Okay, that's a lie. I might do something. I'll have to. I believe I got reached out to in my emails. I gotta go check that really quick, but well, not really quick, but I'll check that after stream today. But there might be another stream later this week. I'll see. What day is it? I'll see. I'll see if I'll do another stream this week, because we didn't get to do one yesterday with my friend because she's a little sick right now. So hopefully she feels better soon. So I might just do another one for sillies later. But anyway, hi everyone. What's up, all the games? Well, I got reached. Okay, well, I'm not gonna share details, but let me just say this, Mackie. It's none of the games that are currently in my Steam library. Okay. Anyway, cursed her and her Uma pulls as well. No, don't curse me. Don't. My Uma pulls already shit as is. You don't need to curse me. Third, while Purgis's voice though. Oh, okay, all right. Oh. Let's go. Thank you, Meursetti, for the resub for 26 months. Also, that reminds me, Mackie as well. Thank you for the resub earlier. Let's see. How many months was that? I forgot. 18 months. That's wackies. Anyway.
별일 안 일어나서 심심하다던가 그런 생각을 하진 않았다네.
Don plays. Anyway, speaking of Mackie, because Mackie put in, hey Saf, long-time viewer here, please post more Dawn Corn in my DMs. Fun fact about that, I woke up today to Mackie posting Dawn Corn in my DMs. Literally the first thing I saw, because like I usually clear off notifications, right? I usually clear off notifications on my Discord. First thing I saw from Mackie was just a huge. I mean, okay, here I'll give Mackie a +1 for at least spoilering. For at least spoilering the link and the image. So, you know, I clicked it, being like, okay, well, if it's spoiled, I imagine it's corn. And then I saw it, I'm like, ah, yeah, it's corn. It's Dawn Feet corn, if anything. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right. Sam, it is so Jover for you. What happened? What happened? Wait, hold on. The 07, the Quarry collab, never gonna finish. Don't say that, we're gonna finish it one day. Third Wall Purgus is the Fairy Festival event. I could have sworn that we all...
What of Baldur's Gate 3 and Divinity 2 and Loop Hero and D&D and FTA and David J. Diver and Tactical Breach Wizards and the Hex and Futa Fixstein and Dash and Iconoclasts?
What do you mean Futa Fixstein and Dash? What the fuck? That's not even in my library! So then the only new voiced is RR. Yeah, I think the only voiced one is RR for new, because I could have sworn we did the Library of Runa one last time. And I mean, it's only the second Intervallo, so I don't imagine there's many events between them anyway, so that makes sense. You forgot to buy and now is gone 5 ever. Oh, you're talking about the you're talking about Amiya? I think I just butchered her name, my bad. It's been a while since I played Arc Knights. Hold on, I have her though. I remember to get her before she disappeared. Hold on, where is my... I'll go add her here. There you go, Amiya. You can't see her, but oh, there she is. Amiya with Australian accent. Yo. Poor Mayor's lost to the collab abyss. Mayor's RIP for real. Unless Arc Knights does their version of the Limbus collab over on their side later down the line, then that would be really silly. Mayor's will come back. Kim Ji-hoon, self-insert, Arc Knights will return once more, but this time actually an Arc Knights. That'd be kind of pog, wouldn't it? Well, it's fine. I won't die anyway since I play Limbus with all sounds off. Me too. But I got her anyway just for the exclusivity because you know I don't think she's ever gonna come back. So. She is canon Australian bunny. Most bunny are. Today I learned all the bunnies in America are Australian too. Some mares. Rip Kim June, Arc Knight OC. Your model's in the way. No, it's not. You don't need to see the game. There's nothing happening in the game. You don't even fuck with no Fortnites. Mackie fucking hates Arc Knights for real, for real. American rabbits are jackrabbits. I thought they were hares. Anyway, let's see. I woke up today. This is already a nightmare. I will say, like, I woke up today, right? Because I had my alarm set for like 5:30 p.m. But when I woke up, it's like still like dark in my room because like, you know, the blinds are all closed, and I was like, oh, and then like I like looked over at my clock, like because I set up my little digital alarm clock again since I have a bedside table for it now. So I like looked over and I was like, oh, it's like 5:30. Oh, it's in the morning. Whatever, I'm gonna sleep some more. And then my second alarm went off and I woke up again and I'm like, oh shit, it's not morning. It's not morning at all. It's the PM. So yeah, so I remember that it was not indeed 5 a.m. It was 5 p.m. and I was like, oh shit, I gotta get up and stream and eat. Oh my god. Anyway. Eat more? Wait, hold on. You slept 3 times today, 4 hours each? Your ass is so eepy. Why'd you do that? Sleep for 8 hours straight. Now wait, don't wake up, dumbass. No, I'm just kidding. No, I feel you. That was me yesterday. Where I like woke up like after a couple hours and then I like was up for 30 minutes and then I fell back asleep. You don't get any sleep that way. It literally feels as if you just didn't get sleep. You're good at going to sleep, not staying asleep. God, me too. And I was supposed to get a referral for like some specialist to get like some sort of thing, so then to like, you know, for me to sleep for my sleep apnea. And then I never got a call. I should probably go check my doctor thing about that, but whatever. Yeah, also bad at going to sleep. Yeah, I popped into melatonin pills yesterday. Well, they're not pills. It's like the tablets. I'm running out of melatonin tablets, by the way. I need to buy some more. You know, run charge team so I get more event reward. I run charge team because I want to hear funny train alarm when they do S3. Yes, the glitch thing is really silly. Saph, is this a cry for help? Cry for help for what? Funny, you woke up at 5 a.m.? Well, Jam, what's it like waking up at 5 a.m. rather than me going to bed at like 8 a.m.? Melatonin, your eat meds make you throw up? Oh, I forgot you have eat meds. I don't have no eat meds. But usually melatonin's enough for me to get to sleep as long as I put my phone away. You love eating? You went to bed at 7:30 p.m. Yo, Darren, you're turning into an old person with that sleep schedule. Got up at 4 like an insane person. That's literally just old people things. Literally go to bed at like 8 p.m. Wake up at like 2 a.m. That's an old person right there. In your high school years, you used to be night owl and morning bird? How do you be both a night owl and a morning bird? Your sleep meds are tranquilizer shit. You slept 4 a.m. and always woke up at 7 a.m. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh, yeah, I kind of was like that too, but that's because I had to wake up at 7 a.m. because of school. I can't skip it. You have to starve yourself till your mother wakes up so I don't wake her up early and she gets mad at me. Oh no, jammed. I got everything at 90 pulls, so good luck if you're pulling. Ah shit, I forgot how to do Gamba. Nah, you just have no schedule. You should make one. You should make one. Simple Sap, you don't sleep. That's how you are both a night owl and an early bird. Okay, alright, understandable. Me, for real? I think that was definitely me like a year ago. Even during weekends, your eat brain was formatted into waking up at 7 a.m. is must without alarm and always eat around 4 to 5 a.m. Damn. Oh shit, how'd you survive? Because eating with 2 to 3 hours of sleep every day, I think I would explode. Oh, the kitchen is right next to the bedroom. She sleep on bed. I sleep on a mattress on the floor. A mattress on the floor? Rip. Insomnia is a pain in the ass. Hitting the legendary 48th hour sucks. Yeah, I can imagine. I think I've only done all-nighter, like straight up at least 24 hours. Actually, no, that's a lie. I've done 24 hours a few times. The first time I did it was in college for summer school, so then I can finish half-assing an essay. This was before AI was a thing, by the way. Because nowadays everybody can half-ass an essay if they just use fucking ChatGPT. But me, no, I had to bullshit my way out of I had to bullshit my way out of my fucking classes. Haggle. You did it 24 hours yesterday. I would ask if chat's okay, but apparently the answer is most of us, not really. Everyone except Dyron, who actually sleeps on time. To an extent. I mean, 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. is a pretty broad range, but you know, I mean, at least, you know, it's better than most of us. You think narcolepsy is because even 3 years of high school eep? No! Oh shit, no! Set yourself up with that one. True. Remember, Sap is 19. She has the power to hit the 24 hours. Back in your days, you submit your .text file to teacher's email and then gets it printed using teacher printer. So you can submit homework as paper? What? Wild. Right now, they usually sleep midnight to 7 a.m. Yeah, I don't sleep before midnight anymore. I mean, yeah, I mean, currently my sleep schedule is I sleep at like fucking anywhere from 6 a.m. to like past that, so it's not very good. I want to go back to not sleeping after like the sun rises. Anyway, I like, okay. Oh, you guys setting a prediction for how many games is gonna take for me to get Meurseau? God, I hope he arrives sooner than later. If I spend 200 polls on Meurseau, I'm gonna lose it. But, you know, something that'll be really cool with the Bloodfiend Meurseau is that he'll probably be the first Meurseau I actually start using more often. Because I think Meurseau is one of the characters I don't really use as often. Not because I don't dislike. Okay, I don't dislike any of the sinners for the most part. I mean, I definitely, you know, have favorites, but they're all good, right? But it's just I just never really used Meurseau, except I guess BL, Blade Lineage, when that was a thing. But I do use a Bloodfiend team, so guess who's gonna get stuck on my Bloodfiend team? Add a creature. Okay, let me add a creature. Where is creature? I'll save them there. A lot of Meurseau good IDs are built around IDs. True. And I do have a very good Bloodfiend team, but that's just because I like Bloodfiends. Use them in your poise and your charge team. Screw or full believing in you with this one. No way. Believers? Mackie, keep the prediction, but everyone correction is only IDs. There is no ego. Wait. What'd you guys do with the prediction? What is this? For all IDs plus ego. What ego? Anyway, keep the prediction. There's no ego. We're only getting Meurseau. Meurseau's the only ID. You didn't know what there was, so I just guessed. That's crazy. You don't use priest or N Corp Meurseau. Priest? What do you mean priest? As for N Corp Mercel, I did when I used an N Corp team, but then N Corp team kind of fell out of favor a long time ago. So, if I somehow win the gamble, you're gonna laugh in the morning, silly. You want more R Corp skins? Give us the Rat R Corp. I didn't know what the Saf hates my husband. Wait, I don't hate him. It's just I don't feel the need to put him. But a lot of his IDs, I'm just like I don't know. It requires me to build a billion things or figure out what to do with it. But I'm just like I don't know. I just auto win rate these days. The sinking Merceau, isn't that a priest? I don't think they're priests per se, but no, I don't use them for that. I think he's still at level 1 for that one. The closest thing to priest Merceau in your head is Ensalt. Yeah, Dietchi is basically a priest. Oh, okay. Project Moon gave us the R Corp Roach Gregor. So true, Queen. Are priests? They are priests? Oh, today I learned. I just thought they were scholars. Scholars doesn't necessarily mean you're a priest. I mean, they do got that whole, like, what is it? Is it a shawl? That thing on their shoulders, but you know. That's more cleric. As in clerical work. They are monks? Oh, okay, well. Okay, but I think there's a fundamental difference between a monk and a priest, no? At least that's what Ragnarok Online told me. Someone's gonna fucking murder me. One punches things with fists, the other does holy magic. I'm gonna murder you. It's basically same, just different practice. Mention Holy Relic. I wish you very good polls today. I see what you voted. Fuck you. Don't have to go to school to be a monk. After today, Sap uses priest. Why would I use priest if we're gonna get fucking Bloodfiend Merceau? I'm not using fucking priest Merceau. I'm using Bloodfiend. D&D in the Discord again? What do you mean in the Discord again? Oh, sorry, you didn't say it again. You didn't say it again. I do owe Mackie a D&D session though. You need him for sinking. No, I don't need him for sinking. What do you mean need him for sinking? I don't need anyone for sinking. Learn to read? No. What's reading? Anyway, I don't know how long I'm gonna yap for. Do you use sinking? Yeah, I do. You wanna see my sinking team? It's very underdeveloped. Hold on. Let me get into the corner over here. Where's my sinking? Let's see. This is my very underdeveloped sinking team. See, you can still see he's level 1. I love my sinking team. It's so fucking basic. You are so cringe. I don't build anything. I don't know what you want from me. Level your fucking team? No. You can't make me. Why do I need to level stuff when I could just be Bloodfiend? Look at this. Not even Priest Honglu. Yeah, you know, I think I put him there for I don't know. Chief Butler. She was sinking team. I know. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. This is why I don't show you guys what my teams are, because you guys just make fun of me. Why is the Lord there? Why not? I think it was because I did wind up using the bleed team for something story related, I believe. No, this was for a mirror dungeon. That's what it was. When I did that extreme, that extreme level 15 attempt. Yeah, this is what I did. You're surprised your sinking team is probably better than yours. It probably is. I mean, I haven't had jack shit in a long time. The most recently I leveled up was the Hey Show Pack stuff, so. But I mean, you know, clearly clearly, I'm playing the game. I'm playing the game a billion, so you know. Chief Ryoshu's your favorite syncing unit. Yeah, she's great at it, right? Does a whopping 0 syncing. What's your burn? I'm scared to ask. I think burn and bleed are literally my only like 2 semi-decently built teams. Yeah, there you go. It was She Association, Heath. Does he have a burn unit yet, by the way? I didn't double check. I don't. Does he have one? You aren't using the thumb, but because the Leo Association, they all do little burn stacks. I don't know what you want from me. Do you want my leg? He's like level, what is it? He's level 34. No, he doesn't not. Kim Ji-hoon, you fucking fraud. Yeah, so Heathcliff is the one getting the L over here. Let's see. First Heath ID in months. No, lay salt and burn team. Leave me alone. Poise? No guess what? No fucking burn. He's not allowed to burn. No burning for him, for real, for real. His piss is clear, no burning in his pee. Why are you crashing out? Gregor doesn't have a charge unit, to be fair. I don't think Sinclair has a charge unit either. Yeah, he doesn't have a charge unit. So. His ass is clean of all STIs. Bro. The event isn't suited to burn unit anyway. You're gonna wait for next week to shard? Well, aren't you a good person? I would wait if it wasn't for the fact that he's a third kindred. And I need to figure out why the fuck he's a third kindred. That's quite literally the only reason I'm pulling for him. It's because I need to see his story. I can't wait a week. If I wait a week, I'm gonna explode. You're crashing out because you've been waiting for Burn Heath for years? You know what? That's valid. I would also like a Burn Heath so I can have a full burn team for once. Let's see. That has charge. Hold on. Rose. Oh, yeah. Rose Spanner. Sap genuine hates your husband. I told you. I warned you in advance that I don't really use Meursetti IDs. It's not because I hate him. It's just because I don't feel like building them. But now that we're gonna have Bloodfiend Meursetti, guess who's gonna be used a billion times now, okay? So I don't hate your husband. It's just most of his IDs just don't appeal to me. I don't know what you want from me. I'm being very honest. But now that he has a Bloodfiend one, he'll go into my Bloodfiend team because I like my Bloodfiend team. So therefore, if you want a Heath ID, now you can't complain about not being burned. Why can't you have both? Oh, we really need a sinking Ryoshu for Soda Ika. Just use Chief Butler Ryoshu, duh. It's okay, I should use Meursetti. Last Sap is biased towards Bloodfiends. I am. I have my biases. I don't know why this is a surprise for people. Almost turned on shield mode. That's how much I'm upset. No! Oh shit, no. It's okay, we're gonna get your husband too. Don't worry. Let's see. Hold on, I'm gonna block everything so you guys can't be as sad anymore. The event is Warp Train rerun. You either get Bleed/Rupture Bloodfiend or W Corp Charge and maybe Rupture. Why not both? They're all ribbons in and I'm going for broke. Why you guys do this? Why you go for broke? Damn, going all in is crazy. The gambling addiction is real. Anyway, I was gonna yap about something earlier. What was I gonna yap about? Oh, I wanted to yap about my cat really quick. Okay, I have a really funny story about my cat from yesterday. So like yesterday I was gonna go shower, but first I wanted to brush my teeth. So, but since I was gonna do both, and like here's the thing with my cats, right? My cats do not like what is it? They don't like the sound of the shower, but they like to follow me into the bathroom. By they, I mean typically Grim. Sometimes Sandals does it too, but it's mostly Grim. Grim is the one that follows me around literally everywhere if I'm walking around. Anyway, so, but yeah, I wanted to take a shower and then I wanted to go brush my teeth. So I brush my teeth before I go take the shower because I don't want to brush my teeth after a shower because I'm just gonna stand there with my hair like sopping wet and everything because I just air dry. I don't use like a hair dryer or anything. So yeah, so I went ahead, you know, I don't close the doors either because Grim is fucking annoying. He hates when the doors are closed and he knows that I'm behind them because then he starts meowing, he starts clawing at the carpet, he starts like, you know, trying to like test the door handles even though he doesn't know how they open. So I can't keep any doors closed around him in particular. Sandals is whatever. Sandals is like, you know, he can be patient. Grim is not. Grim is the opposite of patient. So anyway, so I went ahead, half closed it because I'm gonna go shower soon. Grim is like, I just see him, he's laying out on the carpet just staring at me, you know, just like a feet away or so. And so I'm brushing my teeth, and then as I'm about finishing up and everything, I feel the door hit me because like here, like the way that the bathroom is oriented is that, like, you know, you have the sink right next to the door and the door swings inward, and so my body is like like in front of the sink right next to where the door would be like open, like in the opening range. So then my cat just fucking puts his little paws on the door to open the door because he doesn't know how to open it normally. He like opens it by standing up on his hind legs and then pushing with his like front paws, and the door hits me as I'm finishing up brushing my teeth, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I try to ignore it because I'm trying to, like, you know, spit out all the toothpaste, get cleaned up and everything, but but I'm also like laughing a lot, or like I'm like trying to like not like giggle too much because it's like it's really, you just feel this random door hit you. But then also I didn't pee yet, so I was like I was trying not to like laugh so hard that I pissed myself, right? I didn't piss myself, but I was laughing really hard. And then as I'm like, you know, trying really hard to get another like little gulp full of water, he fucking does it again. But a little harder this time. He does it again where he opens the door and it just hits me on the side. And I'm like, stop it. Stupid ass cat. And then I feel like something like try to like push his little head through the door anyway. So I feel his like little fuzzy little face near like my legs, and I'm like, oh my god. Anyway, that's my story. he basically just waltzed on in there, and then after I was done and I took my shower, and then throughout the shower yesterday he just flat out just pushed open the door, full send it, so the door opens all the way fucking wide open. And then I just see him sitting on the toilet just staring at me. It's just like, can you not? Can you not? And then I've done, like, you know, every time he opens the door all the way open, I like close it. You know, I push it so it's like partially closed again. He did it at least like 2 more times where he just pushed that door all the way open. And I'm just like, you don't need to do that. You're just a dick. Anyway, Saphera's got knocked out by the cat. She spits it out. What do you mean? I'm not swallowing toothpaste. You're gonna shower with your cats? No, not really, but my cat has an issue if I have the door closed, so sopping wet beast cats. You can't beat the pissing allegations, bruh. What do you mean, coward? You go swallow your toothpaste then. See what that's like. But yeah, so my cat was just being a dick for no reason. Let's see. What if they release an ego and it's hitting the enemy with a warp train? So what? Someone transforms into a whole ass warp train? So Meursetti can be dispensed next week. You don't have to pull for him. You can just wait a week. But I'm pulling for him because I need to figure out a story. You're on Uma? I do, because I'm not a coward. I bet he has the children's toothpaste where it's edible. Your cat opens the door at me showering one time. I stared at it and it ran away. I am on Uma right now. Okay. Silly. Yeah, no, Grim just looks at me from afar. And then sometimes it seems like he's interested in like seeing like what I'm doing in the shower, but he doesn't. I think it's the sound of the shower that makes him scared. Girl doesn't have the 13-in-1. The 13-in-1 is an edible. W Heathcliff with full conditional might be either clashing 42 or its first ID to clash less than rolling for damage. One of the cats knows how to open the door, like the handle and everything. Is it fluoride or hydroxyapatite? She would open and pull the door open. Damn, she even knows how to open the closet. Sheesh. Yeah, my cat's too stupid for that. My cat tries using his head literally, like tries to push things open with everything with his head literally, or he uses his little paw to like jiggle his paw to like push things open if you can like push it through a gap. He vaguely knows what a door handle is, but he hasn't figured out how to actually like open doors yet. I don't know if he ever will, because I don't really give him a chance to ever figure it out. But I know, like, because yesterday I sprayed like my bathroom and my room with the anti-pesticide, the roach pesticide. So, you know, I kicked all my cats out of my room because I don't want them walking around with like active pesticides while it's drying out. And so he got really upset because like I hear him like try to jostle the doorknob, and listen, for my door for my room, it's actually not that hard. It's that like really long like lever looking thing, so you just have to like literally just he needs to get his little claws or his little paws on the door handle and just pull down and then push. But he doesn't know how to do it yet, so he just kind of like grabs at it and you just hear it go like, they make a little like ka-thunk, ka-thunk, ka-thunk sound because he like just like jostles it because he doesn't know how to use it yet. But you know, maybe one of these days he'll figure it out, and when he does, it's gonna be upsetty. Let's see. When properly motivated, a cat will open the door or call the cops on you. Why are they gonna call the cops on me? I don't think my cats are ever gonna figure out how to call the cops. Let's see. A cat would jump on the handle and jiggle it till it's open. Damn. And then put her hand under the door to pull, or the side. Yeah, Grim has done like pull, like, you know, paw under door to either push open or something. It hasn't really worked in his favor, but either way, Grim's really stupid with doors. Actually, I think yesterday I put Sandals and Grim, like, because they were both in the bathroom with me. And just for shits and giggles, I closed the door most of the way. I mean, like, they're still, like, you know, it's not, like, shut entirely, because I know both of them are too stupid for the doors. But it's just enough so that, like, you know, the gap is kind of like closed, but it's like, you know, they can like pull it open, right? They can pull it open if they're smart about it. It took my cats a whopping couple of minutes to figure it out. I just watched them like try to put the stupid little furry paw at the door, and like just like nothing's happening. And like, you know, one of them would start opening it, the other one accidentally closed it again, and I'm just watching them, just like, my cats are so dumb. They're so cute though. One time you skipped school because you swallowed toothpaste. You purposefully stored the toothpaste in your mouth. As I walked to the bus, swallowed it and threw up. Managed to get your neighbor to escort me to your house and have them vouch for me to your parents that I was sick. Holy shit, hot chick. That's crazy. Where you went ahead, you stored the toothpaste, and then you used it to make yourself throw up. That's crazy. Was it worth it? Yeah, actually, good question. Was it worth it? You'll need them to call the police. Getting stuck in the bathroom is a major concern for people living alone. It's so true. I need to teach my cats for real. You heard a pet save their owner by calling 911? Yeah, chances are that was a dog. No, I'm gonna be real. Dogs are a little bit better at that than cats are. School lore for real. Okay, well, the prediction's over, so you think I'm joking? Seriously, people get stuck in the bathroom? It's really fucked up. I did hear, I think my friend got stuck in the bathroom once, or her mom got stuck in the bathroom. Service dogs are very smart, yeah. Except I don't think in this one, I don't know if it was a service dog. I don't remember, but it was a while ago. Anyway, let's go do Gamba. Got an extension for a science test I was not ready for. Did you pass the science test? There are people who fall into the toilet. Yeah, I hope I never fall into the toilet. That would be really bad. That'd be really bad. Okay. Let's see. Let's go gambling. Yeah, let's go gambling. Okay. First of all, let's do our daily extractions. We believe in you for real this time. I do see you. I do see you. Yeah, I've fallen into the toilet before. I'm ocean, so I was already in toilet. I would worry if my toilet had salty water. As a great person have once said, I fell in the toilet. Ayo. Yeah, I passed the test thanks to your friend. Does that mean your friend helped you cheat, or she'll get it under 200 rolls trust? Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Hold on. Do I have any spare tickets for these? Because that would be really silly. No, I don't. Alright, well, time to do some Gamba. Let's do some Gamba. I would worry if my toilet started screaming, I am ocean. Where is... Okay, let's just do a pull. A single 10 pull. Let's go gambling. So far, so nothing. No, please. I just want some silly. I want to know what the lore is, please. Okay, I have... Oh, I actually have 1 billion tickets. Okay, hold on. Let me see the predictions. What are the sub 50 polls? Okay. Please, I don't want to dip into my lunacy, please. Oh. 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 Oh.
탈퇴한 왕국에 왕자가 있을 자리는 없으니 이제는 직접 왕이 되어 나라를 이끌어야만 하겠지.
That's all who I wanted to get today. Greg in the back there, but are we sure it's Gregor? Are we sure it's Gregor? Still W Cliff left? No, because all I wanted to pull for was Meurseau. That's all I wanted to pull. I don't want Heathcliff. Heathcliff can wait. All I wanted was Meurseau. So you can blame the one who made it. You're cringe. Keep pulling. No, I told you all I wanted was Meurseau. I don't want Heathcliff. Heathcliff can wait. Who gets sharded? Yeah, who gets sharded? Rigging the prediction. Actually, I didn't make the prediction, so you can blame... I think Mackie was the one who made it, so... He hasn't had a fucking idea in months. Come on. He can wait, bro. It has nice lore. Heathcliff can wait. I will say this, he can wait. Ooh. There we go. How much does it cost to throw stuff? What do you mean? Crimson Chomuske, thank you for the follow. Welcome. The funny 69 EXP tickets to Max and Ivy. 150 ribbon. Oh, yeah, to do yeets? Yeah, 150. Also, hold on. I want to check something really quick about... How do I check where they are from? How do we... Hold on. Let me... The book. Hold on. Let me go. I want to change my bleed to Meursetti. Where are you? There you are. Okay, cool. Let's see. Theater. Identity archive. Meursetti. Rinse. Okay, I gotta go read the story. Alright, we gotta read it. Go up type first. Damn, I was hoping that I wouldn't have to do that first. It's a book icon that was grayed out. Check it on Nacho's ID. Oh, wait. So not the same over here. Then what about Gregor? That works to circumvent the having no points for the yeet. Thank you, HG, for the biddies. Where is Gregor? There you are. I know where everyone is. Give me a second, okay? Just give me a second. Oh, he's in his own little thing. Curious. You went all in on channel points and no yeet redeem? Not Gregor? Yeah, he's not part of the Gregor one. Curious. Well, I guess we'll see.
퍼레이드의 시작이다. 궁전의 문을 열고 군사를 앞세워 나아가라. 영원토록 이어질 축복의 카니발을 즐겨라.
That's not Gregor doing the fire thing? But he's also not a manager Sancho's Mirror World. So what Mirror World is he? RIP the collab image. Anyway, gambling side effect. Don't use bits and use a ribbon. Check fire. We already checked fire bits. He's not there. Stop asking. He's not there. Yell at all of you. Okay, check it though. I checked it. But is he? He's not in the La Mancha land either. Shut up. Did you? I did check it. I'm gonna get you, Maggie. This is the reason why I don't send you corn. The collab was fire only because Dante got to Aura Farm on Arc Knight's AO. But what if you checked again? I'm literally coming for all of you. Gee, I wonder why. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure. I'm probably gonna have to adjust myself for a bit because I still try to figure out where I fit. In Limbus, even though I know I have more space than other places. So where's my game? There it is. Grammy, what are you doing? You here to visit? You here to torment me as chat do? Sisters Olympus for years. What do you mean? Still doesn't know it up for herself. I can't figure out if my wings are in the way. Fuck off! Sometimes I dream. I dream of the burning confessional, of the kindred's dismembered bodies, and the crumbling rides of the amusement park. Bloodfiend Hunter. Ooh. Die, filthy, disgusting beasts. Look, I I brought water. You need water to put out the fire burning your home to the ground, don't you? Too bad you're too scared to go anywhere near your own salvation. Ha! Damn, they're taunting the blood faces. That's fucked up. Yeah, my wings are in the way. Hold on. Yoink. If I simply pull myself up, the wings don't get in the way no more. Take care, AG. Let's see. Firefist Greg doesn't want to join the Bloodfiend Hunters. I see, it isn't Gregor. Raiders yell at the top of their lungs as they trample our land. We wanted to live too. Do you have even an inkling of the suffering we'd endured day after day while your kind blissfully frolicked across the Munchland? My family protests, their voices trembling with fear. Some beg for their lives too. Firefist office. Today's the day I finally reduce this damn place to a pile of ashes. Big sis, rest easy now. I'll get you that proper office building you'd always dreamed of. But my family never survived this dream, just as they failed to in the waking world. 131 rounds of expeditions. 79 attempts at arson, 21 attempts at hosing us down, 3 volleys of trebuchet strikes, 17 counts of sniper shots and assassination attempts, and 10 all-out battles. 671 kindreds killed, 3,449 blood bags burned. Yeah, truly autism. By the way. Visions of this dream are as precise as the clarity of my memory. I recall them with the same vividness of that day, recalling the varied ways in which they were killed and the accompanying cries that became their last words. This counting quirk of his will come into play when his candle comes around. Ooh, I look forward to it. And I do nothing but witness it all from the parade's vanguard. For the first time, the parade comes to a stop, and my vantage point presents me with the vision of a massacre inflamed by mania, which is reminiscent of the crowd of humans who once cheered happily at our parade. So, standing still like a stone, I observe them. Maman? Maman? Meurseau, listen to me. The dream is nearing its end. At this moment, with mere minutes separating this dream and the waking world, Maman always grabs me by my shoulders and calls my name. That's Meurseau's mother in the book? Oh. But I do not answer her, because there is no Meurseau in the procession, as that is the rule as written. I follow it. In moments like this, I begin to wonder how I understand so little of my own child. Wait, but you're a third kindred? The princess. Oh, noble prince. Have you aught to say, princess? We now stand upon the last vestiges of our kingdom. Those who are green with envy have looted and plundered our land bare. You are the first prince. Its fate now lies solely in your hands. Thus... Oh, he's a fourth kin... So he is a fourth kindred. So he is a... Oh, so he... Okay. Okay. Are you suggesting that I flee, princess? What other recourse have I to suggest? A royal prince must rightly stand his ground, no matter what is to come. He shall fight to the bitter end. I see. If that is your rule, then I suppose no words, regardless of its speaker, would sway you from here. Allow me to rephrase that, noble prince. You are aware of the rule that this march must never stop, correct? Indeed, for this is the endlessly, eternally blessed carnival. My prince, you are the vanguard of the procession. Should you stop, you will reave it of its eternity. Thus, I implore you to march on, dear prince. March over the ruins of this kingdom and go forward. Found a new kingdom, reborn and rewritten by your hands. You mean become king, my prince. If that is your will, princess, the fairest and the wisest of the kingdom, then. That was the new rule bestowed upon me. When the request behind a rule is reasonable, I carry it out. No more, no less. Live. I turn away from the lingering whisper of Maman's last words. I feel the pressure of the Bloodfiend hierarchy, the very essence of which has infused my body, intensify a degree higher. Squire. Oh, Third Kindred now. Wait, no, now you're Third Kindred! I don't think that's how this works! Then I wake. I don't think the hierarchy works that way, does it? How do you rank up? I mean, if the only way to rank up is that the one above you dies, then like, wouldn't that mean Sancho becomes a First Kindred? Is that how this works? Yes, it does, according to Dawn. So then Sancho's a First Kindred now. Unless they're both Second Kindred until Dulcinea. Well, Dulcinea's gone. So Sancho's the First Kindred. Unless Dawn still lives. Well, yeah, I do think Dad Quixote does still technically live because they're researching him at P Corp, right? Ha! Okay. Dad Quixote didn't hand over the keys before he left. Then I wake. Report. We have marched to the halfway point of the economy class section as per your majesty's command. The procession's end is near, and so is the time for your majesty to join it at its rear. As Maman had commanded me, I have fled La Mancha Land to build my own kingdom. How many new blood bags have we gained? A total of 6 today and not one more. I have relayed that no more than that is to be made as per your majesty's decree. And as the time for you to create a new kindred is nigh, I have set aside a few prospective passengers who may receive that honor. Well done. I commend your efforts. Anything for the kingdom and the family's prosperity. It was rather convenient how the rules perfectly dovetailed with instinct. The moment Maman ceased to exist, my very instincts alerted to my ascension in the hierarchy. Okay, so this is how it goes. So if Dad Quixote like dies for real, Sancho does become a First Kindred. Huh. So I guess you will always have a First Kindred as long as there is one Bloodfiend remaining in a family. That's wild. LCE checkup shows us she inherited all of the family's hunger, so that is process of ranking up. Father got put into the P box. So your theory was half right. Hi, Smooth. Okay, so as soon as there's like their, I guess like mother/father ceases to exist, they just take their place. Huh. Bloodfiends are interesting. Okay. Maybe Manager Dawn didn't get the full promotion because Princess Rhodia still lives. I think with Manager Sancho and Princess Rhodia, I think since both of them exist, they're still both Second Kindred because neither have quite yet decided to, like, you know, they both exist. I think as soon as one of them seizes, the other will bump up. Maybe. You actually said Meurseott's mom is actually Bloodfiend when you saw the trailer, so I'm right. Oh, I didn't see that. Damn. Totally not lurking since pre-chat and just rejoined and claimed your daily hello gamers. Hi, me. Imagine a weak ass in comparison kindred like Cassetti is lucky and promotes to First Kindred due to elimination. That would be wild. Except I think the downside with becoming a First Kindred and you're all by yourself is that you go fucking crazy. Is that you go crazy because all the bloodthirst and everything goes just straight up to you. You can't believe Manager Dawn is a one in a second one and a half second kindred. He said as a joke, but just crazy theory, but it is. That's wild, though. And with it, a sudden pressure sliced through me, the inescapable responsibility to propagate the family, as I had no children of my own. Indeed, I required a place where propagation of the family was guaranteed, a fertile place that could hide our growth from foreign forces, making it a most reasonable decision to hide myself within the warp train to escape P-Corp. No other place has so perfectly met the needs of my purpose, and none shall ever again. Please don't kill me! Ugh! The squire leads me to a room with a passenger who is terrified out of his mind. Terrified as he may be, and despite the considerable amount of time this train must have spent in stasis, there is a spark of life within him, desperately clawing to prolong its existence, and that makes him a prime candidate to join my family. You need not be afraid, for I too was once human. However, considering the city's standards of what constitutes a human and what does not, I still belong in the former category. Therefore, upon adjusting the distinction to before Bloodfiend characteristics became apparent and after. Marcel, please. But to me, the human existence and the princely existence were indistinguishable from one another. Thus, the same shall be true to thee. Wait, does that even mean? That doesn't make any sense. I do not wait for him to finish his reply and sink my teeth into his jugular. Ooh, hot. Warm blood spreads to every corner of my body. Some may say that subjects of the king deserve to be heard, but that would be inefficient. I was given but 2 rules. 1, the march must never end. 2, I must raise my kingdom. And no more. Curious. Bro is literally obsessed with trains in the psyche! The autism is real? Kinky. You know what's wild is I get more bites here than I do the European that we saw. Okay, let's see. I back read. Hold on, I'm gonna go back read over here instead. Let's see. Where is... Like, he doesn't get stronger or anything, but he gains the reputation of a first kindred. I do feel like you might get strong. Well, because I think strength in a Bloodfiend is determinate based on how much blood they have, and then how good they are at wielding their blood arts. So, I guess with experience, it is a thing. But yeah, they get the reputation of a first. It's just those shitty Mafia mobile ads where you turn from level 1 crook to level 100 Mafia boss. Does that mean if we didn't interfere, Cassetti would have been a second kindred below Dawn? If we didn't interfere, like if we didn't kill Cassetti, yeah. Or rather, if Cassetti didn't decide to explode himself, yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't explode himself, but yeah, well, you know what I mean. We don't have clear clarification that Dawn has perished, but we know P-Corp has their remains, that Sancho will be angry if she knew by context clue of Faust. I want to say that with that, I do think Dad Quixote is currently being like experimented on by P-Corp, because Sancho's gonna be fucking pissed when we go back. And then I think we'll get more Bloodfiend stuff out of there. I'm assuming Father Don still lives, just damaged enough to be disabled. Yeah, he like might be like in a comatose state, but I think he's still alive. Because I think the only way to truly kill a Bloodfiend is to destroy their heads, and he was very much intact when he was incapacitated. So, because I think you have to, as they say in H-Corp, you have to destroy the brain to fully kill somebody in the city. So one father in coma, one healthy Bloodfiend. Let's assume the father is unconscious, so all the hunger is on one Bloodfiend. Bloodfiend Meursetti is a third kindred, so that means Dulcinea is still alive in that mirror world. Yeah, I think they probably managed to escape. Yeah, your boy's so autistic. She's balding over the VA. It was still a good be. Yeah, we just didn't get the biteys. I want biteys, bro. We're gonna cash out the Gamba. Yeah, what happened with the Gamba? Or we're not cashing it out. Third Kindred, the same role as Priest and Barber. So who is second Kindred of his? Is this world Sancho or Dulcinea? I want to lean towards Dulcinea. Because I feel like, again, I joked this in the Discord, but it would be really fucking funny if Sancho just refuses to have kids, like, just period. Just flat out, just like, I don't want no fucking kindred. Fuck you and every mirror world. I think that'd be really fucking funny. Writing this down for D&D notes. I'm telling you, Bites is good, bro. Supposedly his mama and princess. The only thing Ascension does for kindred is when fighting against other kindred, because the whole filial and piety thing. True. Imagine we go into P Corp office and there's floating Don head. I feel like they're gonna do something really fucked up with Dad Quixote. I hope it's like more body horror shit, and then it's true horror game. This probably isn't one of Sancho's kids, since he doesn't know any Don Quixote hard blood arts. What does he know? Oh, yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't have any. Yeah, he only has prince stuff. So I want to say he comes from Dulcinea's lineage, though. Mackie is waiting to trick you into pulling for Heathcliff so he can win. Yeah, no, I'm not pulling. I literally only wanted Merceau, and that's it. Thanks for the points. You're guessing Maman is the barber. Could be. Although I could have sworn, wasn't Cassetti like even lower than a fourth kindred when we fought him, or no? Well, whatever. We're gonna go fight Cassetti again soon anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Cassetti is 5th? Oh, for some reason I thought he was like 7th. Me out here just casually forgetting a billion things. Isn't he 6th? Oh, okay, none of us remember. That's great. Or maybe that fixer is 6th. Oh, it could be the fixer is 6th, yeah. Amon might be the princess and they have a weird split personality with the mask? No, because the princess is like the Dulcinea. So that's a second kindred. You just checked. Okay, so yeah, I was right. He wasn't 5th. So 6th generation, he's 6th. He's 6th then. Anyway, we got some detour tales to do. That being, I believe... Where did we leave off? Ah, okay. Familiar siren. 6 is even more pathetic than I thought. Yeah, he still gave people trouble. Don't forget that he gave people trouble. Okay, I'm gonna shrink myself a little bit more. Time killing time is the last thing we did. Yeah, so we have the railway, and then we do murder on the Warp Express. You're so slow. There's a Heathcliff ID too. Why didn't I see or hear anyone talk about this till before this stream? Because the only time I talk about Limbus stuff these days is in my own server in the Limbus channel. And even then, I'm kind of like out of it, so, you know. But yeah, it's just W Corp Heathcliff, that's all. He punches. Where's my game? There it is. Alright, so in case you guys don't remember, every time they released a new, like you know, the hard mode of an Intervallo, the mini episodes between these are also voiced. So I do these for, you know, completion, I guess. Also because I like hearing voices. I don't know. So let's go on with the railway episode. This is now voiced. Alright, I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I'd expected. So, what are you writing in that notebook?
이거?
Also, let me know how the volume is. Hopefully it's okay though. I don't usually change these, so. She likes the voices in her head. No.
그냥 뭐라도 적어두면 나중에 기억하기 편하지 않을까 싶어서.
Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since this session started. It didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. Are you writing about Catherine?
그런 것도 있고.
He's so quiet. But it's nice to hear. His expression becomes inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages. Its contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. Hi, Sachi. Well, what happens? Your heart bleeds for Heath. He grows on me every event in Kanto. Why the fuck are they so mean to him? It makes me so mad. Hey, at least Dante's nice to Heathcliff, okay? But I also noticed that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey. Records of memories he doesn't want to lose.
뭐 별거 없어.
What if, like, in a future thing? What if, like, in a future thing with Heathcliff, he just, like, has, like, his whole... Because his whole thing is about memories. What if something happens?
아무튼 끝났으면 간다.
Heathcliff takes the notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. I can say you're doing amazing. Keep it up and good luck with the bus going beep beep. Thank you, Sachi. Thank you for dropping by. It isn't long before Rhodia practically bursts through the door.
캐스가 나가는 거 보고 바로 들어왔는데 일찍 끝났네?
Yeah, we didn't really talk about much.
뭔지는 모르겠지만 요즘 들어 히스가 얌전해진 것 같네.
Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks, but... Hey, so I think there's something we have to talk about today.
뭔데 그렇게 분위기를 잡고 그래?
Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of time-killing time, Rhodia?
내가 무슨 말을 했었나?
A lot. Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that still hurts, isn't it? I sit there looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia. What would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose this precise moment when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up, to go off. Wait, that was... I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. And not long after that, a brief bzzt plays from the speaker installed in my room.
운전석에서 전파한다. 버스 내 휴식 중인 전 인원 복도로 집합한다. 다시 한번 알린다. 버스 내 휴식 중인
운전석은 카론 자리야.
잡아당기지 마라. 지금 중요 사안을 전파 중이다.
잡고 카론과 늪이 사이에 끼어들면 곤란해.
Virgilius's deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus's PA system before Charon and Otis's brief squabble comes to an abrupt end.
아까 알람도 그렇고 또 뒷문에 새로운 게 생긴 모양이네.
Let's see, I'm gonna guess that this one's for a refraction railway.
그런 거라면 좀 싫다. 거기 들어가면 너무 힘들다고.
That almost didn't sound like Otis. VTuber voice came through. I forgot she's a VTuber. Oh my goodness. Rhodia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question.
왜 멀뚱멀뚱 서 있어, 단테? 안 나가려고?
Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Rhodia out to the hallway. Out to a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what this alarm might be for.
순서상으로 역시 굴절철도겠죠?
높은 확률로 다음 번호인 4호선이겠구만. 아휴, 또 고생긴 하겠어.
Wait, she's a VTuber? Yeah, Heathcliff is also a VTuber. Except I think they don't stream on Twitch anymore because the whole South Korea and Twitch don't mesh anymore. So they're now on their own Korean streaming platform. But yeah, the Otis and Heathcliff are VTubers. Hello, Sapphire. Welcome, welcome. Half of them are VTubers? I only know about the two of them. Where are the other VTubers? You just went back and listened. She does not sound like Otis. She did sound a little different there, right? Oh, Hongnu is also a VTuber? Oh yeah, YouTube is also a thing. Yeah, they're also on YouTube too. Because Hongnu is VA, I believe. Because I know Hongnu does his like VA stuff. Well, I mean, they're all voice actors, so like, but like, you know. You don't think Gregor is a VTuber? I don't think Sinclair is a VTuber. Don is definitely not a VTuber. They do have their own YouTube channels, though. I do believe. Well, he's got a model, so I think he counts as a VTuber. Okay, but like, I think it only counts if they like actually keep using it. Also does sing. Well, because like there's. I definitely think when it comes to being a VTuber, people kind of have expectations of what a VTuber does. Having a PNG or a design for your OC, for your online persona, is not necessarily you're automatically a VTuber. Okay, there's a difference. Okay, when comparing what Heathcliff and Otis do on their streaming, they actually do be VTubers, and then everyone else just has an online persona design. So. You are a gatekeeper or cringe. Kim Ji-hoon is a VTuber. Yeah, he's a VTuber because he uses his VTuber model. He actually uses it consistently. And he's like semi-consistently about it, okay? Like, I'm not gatekeeping. But I think there's different labels to be put on them rather than like everyone's a VTuber just because you got an anime design. There's no. Problem is that Roche's VA has said that Roche is very different from her normal voice, so it is very unlikely that she'll ever do that. Listen back, it sounds so different. Why would I listen back? Why would I do that when I have access to this?
운전석에서 전파한다. 버스 내 휴식 중인 전 인원 복도로 집합한다.
Fuck you, do what? Check off list to be a VTuber model. Could even be PNG, stream, scuff, AF, dorky. Yeah, that's pretty much what I would classify. Is that you have to like use it more like and like stream or like make YouTube videos with it as your main persona. But if you just like do YouTube videos and it's your voice, and then occasionally your PNG shows up, I don't know if I necessarily count that as a VTuber. You're just a persona. I don't know. To me, there's a huge difference between like what counts as a VTuber and what doesn't. So now you can be a PNG tubers are valid, right? But you have to like use your persona often enough for me to count it as a VTuber. Really taking a stand against the V-tweeters, huh? You know what? I'm not here to get canceled today. I do think if all you do is just sit on your ass and tweet all day, though, I don't count you as a VTuber. You have to create content, and tweets are not content. Thank you.
모두 정숙해라. 관리자님께서 오셨다. 한 발 앞서 인원을 소집해 두었습니다.
Thanks.
오셨나요, 단테?
You can have a YouTube account, but that doesn't mean you're a YouTuber. Yeah, same with you guys have a Twitch account, but that doesn't mean you're a streamer, right? You have to like use it in productive ways for me to be like, okay, you're a VTuber. But if you only use it once and like never again, no, you don't have. She's the same VA from Yo from Runa. And voices a lot more cutesy characters and gacha games. I see. You're a V-tweeter then? We have these terms for a reason. I'm not a V-tweeter. You're a Twitcher. Don't say Twitcher, you. Oh my god, Mackie, shut up. I heard the radio. Is it a refraction railway this time?
정확히는 거울 굴절 철도죠.
Human VT? Thank you for the follow. I find that kind of suspicious based on what we were talking about earlier. The human followed me. Oh my god, we have humans following me. Whoa. No, I'm saying for those that only post on Twitter with their models. Ah, yeah.
이제 슬슬 이것도 익숙해졌나 봐.
You're making an educated guess that Meursetti is gonna be ultra mega good. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I haven't used him yet since I'm doing the railway story, but he's on paper it sounds like he's a good supporter. So I'm excited to use him with my Bloodfiend team and see how everything goes.
도원안친.
도시, unbelievable.
What's she saying?
도시, unbelievable.
도대체 언제
I forget everyone's trying their hand at being Sinclair and failing.
도대체 언제 안으로 갈 것인지 묻는 것 같소.
More La Mancha Land characters is a yes. So true. So true. In your Bloodfiend team, there will be 2 free action slots that will give to the prince and princess. Ayo. Almost sounds like unbelievable. Yeah, that's what I was also. That's why I like wanted to re-listen because like it sounded like it was gonna be English again.
정확히는 도대체 언제 안으로 진입할 건지 궁금하신 것 같아요.
Railshoe, who had been listening with a knitted brow as each sinner hazarded the guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money. Hey, at least Gregor and Yiseng got half of that right, too. And the bus alarms weren't the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. The sinners were really getting to know one another as well. Well, let's go check it out right now.
그럼 문을 열겠네.
The door opens with a creak, and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambience almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line completely different from line 3 in its orange hue.
관리자나리, 이것 좀 보시오. 커튼에 가면까지 완전 파리 분위기잖소.
Masks. I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again, with my eyes. It was as she said, the walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. I wonder if this has something to do with the theme of enemies we're about to meet here.
다들 여기 좀 와보게나. 오티스 나리와 똑 닮은 사람이 있다네.
뭐?
There was urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was with the other sinners in tow. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis, standing before us. I hope this isn't anything serious.
세상에. 진짜잖아.
환상체 미끼 그런 건 아니겠죠?
에이, 야 꼬맹이, 재수없는 소리 하지 마라.
하지만 오티스 씨와 다르게 말도 하지 않고 훨씬 어두운걸요? 우와, 이쪽에는 저랑 똑같이 생긴 분도 있네요.
Honglu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. When he raised his hands, the shape raised its hands. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed its eyes. Right, almost like a shadow with the darkness in its mimicry. Wait, that looks like one of Honglu's identities. I noticed too, 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on?
환상체라면 그나마 다행이지만 혹시라도 모종의 이유로 복제된 인간이라면 관리자님, 한시라도 빨리 저것들을 제거해야 합니다. 지금 당장 전투 명령을.
Give me a sec. I'll ask Faust first if...
빠르게 판단하셔야 합니다. 만약 복제된 것이 맞다면 머리가...
And this isn't the first time she's asked to make a decision like this, but... she's never been this serious or adamant about it before. Issei noticed the tension and quickly stepped in between the two of us.
파우스트 양, 설명을 부탁할 수 있겠는가?
네, 해당 개체는 복제 인간이 아닙니다. 따라서 이대로 일주일이 지난다고 해도 머리가 나서는 일은 없습니다.
Faust nodded sagely as though she had just learned something new before looking in my direction. Right, she probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. That one feels like a pecatulum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's the feeling I've so grown used to sensing whenever we encountered the pecatula.
폭루 씨를 무작정 따라하는 걸 보면 자아도 희미한 것 같네요. 외관도 좀 다르고요.
잠시 진정하시게, 오티스 양. 흥분이 과해진 것 같소.
Otis bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief.
죄송합니다. 관리자님 앞에서 이런 주태를.
Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about the sinners. Every instance of these moments seemed to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Otis's expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud.
그런데 죄종이라는 건 좀 더 그 뭐냐, 괴물처럼 생기지 않았었냐?
뒤틀림도 죄종도 외관과 같은 기존의 상식으로 대해서는 안 됩니다.
그런데 저희가 상대할 수 있는 수준의 죄종이겠죠?
확실히. 저택에서처럼 몰려오거나 베르길리우스 씨를 복제하면 곤란한데요.
이때까지의 굴절 철도를 생각하면 이길 수 없는 상대를 마주할 일은 없을 것이라 생각하오. 그저 그 과정이 고될 뿐.
질투 죄종이라고 파우스트는 알고 있습니다. 이때까지의 죄종을 생각하면 전투가 성립하지 않은 만큼 전력의 차이가 있죠.
Hello, Visai. Welcome. How was your stream? How was Minecraft? Was that silly? I hope it was silly. And then hello, everyone. Hello. My name's Saphera Denoma. I'm a truly necromancer, Nephilim Wolf, and currently we're just playing some Limbus Company. We're currently revisiting some old stories. We're revisiting an old episode before we get to the new hard mode version, just so we can hear everything all voiced and nice and everything. Yeah. Also, it's good to always revisit 1-year-old plus content to get a refresher on things, because my memory is dog shit.
Modded MC is fun.
Modded MC is funny, yo. What were your mods? I know I have to do an Uma craft soon. Except I looked into the video of the Uma craft. It looks like I won't be able to unlock anything in the Uma craft anytime soon. Like if I start just like a brand new fucking brand new Minecraft, I don't think I have any of the shit to get Uma craft up and running anytime soon. But you know, that's the thing. At the very least, I'll play Minecraft. So, you're sad. Why are you sad? Forger better MC. Ayo. I wish I knew what that meant, but I think everyone else does except me. Simply grind for it. Yeah, I'll grind for it. Just speed run. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. My ass is gonna fucking die from zombies and a creeper. Your childhood is ruined. Plant versus Zombie replanted is made with AI. Oh, is that why Plants versus Zombies fandom was was throwing a fit over on Twitter the other day? Oh, yeah. You know what? Yeah, it's pretty sad actually. What's UmaCraft? Uma Musume plus Minecraft. Yeah. It's an Uma Musume mod. Actually, I think a few Uma Musume mods, but yeah. Anyway, welcome. Vaisai, if you need to go ahead and do any whatchamacallit streamer aftercare, by all means, please go ahead and take care of yourself. Also, thank you again for the resub for 23 months. I can't believe it's already been like almost 2 years. That's wild. And thank you again for the raid. If you need to go, lurk, get some water, get some eepies, by all means, please take care of yourself for real, for real. We're just vibing today. Thanks, Captain Obvious. I was asking about where's the mod pack at. Well, out of fairness, actually, you just said what's UmaCraft. What's UmaCraft doesn't mean where's the mod pack at. Actually. Let's see. It's AI, so that sounds like a valid fit to throw. The new OJ team said they'd help make the new game. I'm gonna take all your lunacy. You're gonna mega your bonk and lurk, of course. Have fun with mega bonk and enjoy your lurk. Thank you again for the raid. Get wrecked. Could have asked where. For's gonna fucking.
질투 죄종이라고 파우스트는 알고 있습니다. 이때까지의 죄종을 생각하면 전투가 성립하지 않을 만큼 전력의 차이가 있지 않을 겁니다.
I'm gonna write a Google Doc again.
죄종을 정확한 등급으로 표기하고 있지 않으니 스스로 판단할 수 있는 정보가 적어졌다.
그러고 보니 죄종과 뒤틀림의 위험 등급 조정은 어떻게 되고 있나요?
LCD 부서에서 아직 완료되진 않았지만 진척이 꽤 되었다고 전달받았습니다. 정확한 일정은 정해지면 들을 수 있을 테죠.
정말 다행이네요. 그런데 죄종분들이 갑자기 도망가시는데요?
As we stood there talking to one another, a Pekatulum that resembles Honglu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere.
아이씨, 그거 그냥 보고만 있으면 어떡하냐?
Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away.
이런 미친.
A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows, I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the sinners.
저게 도대체 몇 명이야?
저랑 똑같이 생긴 사람을 3명은 본 것 같아요.
That ridiculous sigh was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the Pekatulum to board the subway car. Sight, not sigh. And the door shut behind him.
이번 굴절 철도는 유난히 심상치 않구려.
저쪽에서 한 대 더 오는데.
As soon as the subway train carrying the Pekatula leave the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadow people. But what is that? There are curtains and masks? I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged.
시시한 예술이군.
아까는 당황해서 제대로 못 봤는데 전철이 꽤 화려하게 꾸며져 있지 않아?
그러게요. 장식품이 주렁주렁 달려 있네요.
Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something burst forth from the train car door.
뭐라? 이거 카펫이죠?
It's like something's inviting us in there.
썩 달갑지 않은 초대구려.
I agreed with Yi saying, this isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. They're using AI upscale, not generative. Still, it's lazy implementation, but it's not unethical. Oh, okay. If it's only upscaling, that's not too bad. But if it looks noticeable, that's pretty lazy. Because if it looks noticeable, that means you're kind of fucking up somewhere. You're kind of fucking up somewhere. Because it's cheap. True. True. When you can just instead make all the assets in already like 4K anyway. Ocean thankfully making me proud knowing the difference. I do think the whatchamacallit. Hold on, what's on the reward exchange again? Oh yeah, you can get the the warp. I still think this is really funny to have like the W Corp Warp Train PA system as an announcer. Like, was this something that people asked for? I mean, I'm not gonna complain. It is what it is, but I just think it's really funny. The funny list of bonus IDs. Wait, what's happening in the bonus IDs? Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna have a billion bonus with all these. Just a billion W Corp. Yeah, that's nice and all, but what I really want is the 12 equivalent boxes. You're already rich, you want to get richer? Greedy. Okay, let me go to hard. A lot of people liked it during this event's first debut. That's so silly. Oh my god, it got AI in it. Bitch, everything on the computer has AI in it. AI is used to make the internet work. The name of AI has been dragged by LLM, language learning model, and deep learning. Yeah, AI has been butchered. Because, I mean, like Siri, for instance, Siri is a AI, but everyone keeps forgetting that, so... And also reminds you when you're in Korea, train announcements so similar. Huh. Alright, how did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules and... we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye, but...
제대로 듣고 계신 건가요? 지금.
The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension?
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만.
What the hell happened? First things first. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. A few days ago.
다음 행선지는 워프 열차입니다. 단테.
What? Yep, that's where it all started. There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring.
본인이 잘못 들은 것이겠지.
맞게 들었을 텐데, 돈키호테. 너희들은 지금부터 T사의 워프 열차 승강장으로 간다.
워프 열차의 승강장에 무언가 문제가 있는 것이로군. 그것을 해결하러 가는 것이 아마도 우리의 임무 아니겠는가?
워프 열차 승강장에 또 뒤틀림이라도 나타났나?
소일거리를 하는 데에 제법 거리낌이 없게 되었군. 하지만 그것도 아니다. P사로 이동하기 위해 워프 열차에 직접 탑승한다. 문자 그대로 받아들이면 될 일이지.
It was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we're actually taking that train? Through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the WARP Train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their two cents in usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late.
인격을 사용했을 때의 기억은 흐릿하다 못해 없는 수준이나.
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소 비효율적이고 기이하다는 부분은 확실했다.
아, 10초 만에 도착하는 게 아니라 사실은 엄청 오래 운행한 뒤에 승객분들의 기억을 전부 없애는 거랬죠?
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요. 지루함을 이기지 못해서.
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
Dots. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cars, the identities' memories or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risk associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information that each identity had to offer, and that's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. But, maybe ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
파우스트군? 그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가? 본인한테만 미리 살짝이라도 알려주지 그랬어.
파우스트는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요. 당연히 여러분이 떠올린 문제를 해결할 방법도 준비해 두었습니다.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않는데 방법이 있다고요?
버스, 이 버스는요? 열차 안에 버스가 들어갈 리도 없잖아요.
카론도 반대. 내피 말고 다른 걸 타면 내피 밥은 누가 줘?
파우스트 씨.
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물 칸으로 편성되어 있습니다. 메피스토 팰레스는 해당 칸에 결속되어 함께 움직이게 되죠. 또한 LCB 소속 전원은 1등석을 통해 이동할 예정입니다.
The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarmed response from earlier.
등석이라면 부저놈들의 지정석 같은 데 아니냐? 누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데 앞자리에서 거들먹거리면서 타던 놈들.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요? 전 그런데 앉아본 적 없단 말이에요.
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달치는 된다던데 회사 재정 괜찮은 거 맞아?
걱정할 만한 재정 상태는 아니죠.
개인 캡슐, 프라이빗, 그 고급스러운 단어가 덕지덕지 붙은 자리가 개인별로 제공된다고 들었는데.
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는 급속 동면 캡슐입니다. 워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안정적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인데 도착한 것과 다를 바 없는 체감일 것입니다.
그래도 회사의 배려에 참 감회가 새롭구려. 이동하는 길이 불편하지 않도록 그 비싼 자리를 선뜻 내어주다니.
그러게. 원래 같았으면 길잡이 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워보내주려나 했는데.
Mackie, you say that, but you have to remember you don't actually die when you're on the warp train. So even if you decide to blow your head off, you're still alive. you can't really like die. So that's kind of the horror about warp train, you know.
구태여 전원을 안치기보단 관리자님과 그 충실한 조력자만 있어도 충분했었겠지만.
You just do so before getting on the train? Oh my god.
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해 고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리 1등석이라 해도 워프 열차 자체가 영 꺼림칙한 곳이기도 하고 저도 역시 걱정이 돼서.
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이 함부로 올 수 없는 공간이라는 것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요. 아니, 아예 열지 못하겠군요.
Ishmael, who had been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was chattering on with fire in her eyes.
그러니까 저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이 편안하게 눈만 감으면 되는 거라고요. 옛날에 재정이 더 좋았을 무렵에는 기념품도 하나씩 줬었다고 했는데.
모험에는 항상 고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지. 허나 칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 낼 순 없는 일이지. 1등석.
Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant they could ride in the first-class seats.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
What kind of plant gives all the other plants a scare? Bamboo. Ayo. Add a pixel? Okay, 1 second. Corked up done.
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나? 그곳은 나비 교환을 감상하는 재미가 없을 텐데.
Virgilius pretended to not hear Ryoshu's question.
좋아. 그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고 출발하도록 하지.
Oh yeah, what the fuck is this? Okay. Alright. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what the fuck he's yapping about, but sure. It's a good tweet, trust. That'll do numbers. You sure about that? Oh, I posted it. Where's my game?
저 가장 중요한 질문이 남아 있네.
뭐냐? 답지 않게 쭈뼛거리고.
Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
1등석이란 공간에선
Hope you're doing alright. Yeah, I'm doing fine.
신발을
We vibing.
벗어야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실입니까?
어디서 또 괴상망측한 소문을.
소문이 아니오. 요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데 1등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오. 참말인가 이스마일 군?
왜 저한테 물어봐요? 저도 타본 적은 없단 말이에요. 홍보 책자에 그런 내용은 없었는데. 잠시만요.
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와 한치도 떨어져서는 안 되는 사이여야 하네. 결코 우리 로신한테를 저 홈상고전 히스칼리 부근의 신발짝과 같이 내버려둘 수는 없어.
이게 진짜
불빛 시선께 부탁하네. 로신한테를 옆에 같이 태우면 안 되겠는가?
I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff. Contrary to my expectations, however, he responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은 벗지 마라.
So I gotta clean Don's shoes. They must smell horrible. Not that I would know. I can't even smell me for real. Also, I really have to use the bathroom. My tummy really hurts. So give me a couple of minutes. My tummy really hurts. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Bathroom break. My tummy hurts. Bye. I'll be right back. Okay, it took me a billion hours, but I'm back. What are you guys even talking about over here? Let's see. Hi, Orion. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the eats. What is Mackie and Fuyu are arguing. Okay, cool. Welcome back. Thank you. Sorry it took me a bit. My tummy exploded. And then Grim was also wanting a whatchamacallit. He wanted to play with shadows against the door, so. Nothing new? Yeah, basically nothing new. Alright, let's go back. Part 2. This place is huge. That was my first impression of the WARP Train station. Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them.
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards Meursault with his chin.
모든 워프 열차 승강장은 그 둥지의 특징과 걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명하다. 승강장의 모습 그 자체로도 도시 명물 중 하나라고 칭송하는 이도 적지 않지.
I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Meursault like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Oh, she said his name so cute. Cute.
저자는 서부에서 온 해결사가 맞는가?
아니다. 저자의 복장은 가죽 재질과 금속 재방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군. 저런 직물 스타일은 남북을 따지지 않지만 서부에서는 보기 드문 동부의 복식이기에.
조금만 천천히 불러주시오. 메모를 해야 하니. 그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
그것은 바로 코앞에 있는 자를 관찰해 보면 알 수 있다.
Also, I'm not self-cooking. I just think the way that she said his name was really cute. Cute! Silly. That is one muffled AF scream. Holy shit. 3 seconds of screaming duet. One of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration.
대체 뭐야? 귀가 멀어버릴 뻔했잖아.
니도 마찬가지였거든.
나는 고막 가상음악대를 넓혀놨다고. 정신 나갈 뻔했네. 워프 열차 처음 타보는 촌놈들처럼 왜 그러고 길을 단체로 막고 있는 거야? 아이씨, 기껏 언제 왔는데 목표를 놓쳐서 짜증나 있는 상태인데.
진 않나? 처음 타보는 거?
심지어 워프 열차 왕복권은 내 삽이었다고.
아유, 저 조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면.
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도 괜찮겠는가? 오, 그래, 그 포즈로! 이왕이면 5분 정도만 가만히. 미쳤냐?
The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform.
역시 도시는 넓고 특이한 자들은 많군.
저 사람도 똑같이 생각했을걸요.
전신이 의체인 사람은 역시 도시엔 흔한 걸까요?
That's when Virgilia slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
붉은 시선께서는 함께 하시지 않은 것이요?
W사의 정책상 색을 부여받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를 사용해야 한다더군.
1등석에도 1등석이 있는 거야?
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
카로는 돌아가고 싶어. 메피, 외로울 거야.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않았나. 화물칸에는 사람을 실을 수 없다, 카론. 그럼 파우스터 씨.
네.
Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away.
단테, 저희는 이쪽으로.
We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car.
와, 색도 좀 돌아오는 걸? 그리고 이게 말로만 듣던 웰컴 푸드 앤 드링크. 아, 그래, 한두 푼도 아닌데 이런 것쯤은 있어줘야지.
The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can't we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다. 동결 시에 발생하는 밀도의 증가나 수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은 전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다, 재주.
네, 파우스트는 모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
Dots. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠. 파우스트가 아직 구하지 못한 정보도 세상에는 존재합니다. 그렇기 때문에 사실은 말할 수 있어도 진실과는 어긋날 수 있는 것이죠.
Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
준비되었는가, 로시나테오? 이제부터 길고 긴 야정이 시작되는 걸세.
The beginning, like. Okay. Copycat, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Fat Faust, is this true? Oh my god, do not degrade me to a worthless entity like rock.
그러고 보니까 돈키호테, 그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
Where'd that come from, Rhodia?
아니, 생각해보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때 기억나? 그 고래가 터지면서 온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이.
그랬죠.
그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피가 튄 옷들 세탁하느라 고생 좀 했었고.
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니지만 그랬었죠.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고 있었다니까.
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴 하네요.
자네들 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
그렇다면 이제라도 보고 듣고 기억해 두시게.
저자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
우와. 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳에 와보신 적이 있나 봐요?
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지. 유난 떨 필요는 없다.
Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
그게 무슨...
Which means yes, it has happened before.
곧 출발하려나 본데요?
P사행 PW612 워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을 마감합니다.
The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around, the first class car suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules, no problem, but... I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
I think so.
워프 10분 전. 제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤
Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch.
너무 걱정하지 마세요. 금방 다시 보게 될 겁니다, 단테.
I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything.
우리 열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule, opposite of mine. Little did I know back then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment." Question mark?
단테, 일어나야 합니다. 단테.
But one thing I knew for sure was
상정 외의 상황입니다.
that something had seriously gone wrong. Ah! Faust treating Dante like a toddler and buckling them up in their booster seat. Mommy Faust for real? Disappearing passengers. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Okay, Mackie. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry.
도착하지 않았습니다.
Oh? But once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once more and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So this train is still running.
그렇습니다.
Then where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있을 것이라고 판단되네요.
I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just a part of the plan, right, Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the sinners.
벌써 도착한 거야? 야, 진짜 눈 감았다가 뜨면.
아닙니다.
뭐야? 진짜 도착한 거야? 정말 눈 감았다 뜨니까.
아닙니다.
도착한 거예요? 생각보다 겁먹을 필요가 전혀 없.
아닙니다. 아닙니다.
아직 아무 말도 안 했네만.
There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의 상황을 다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
It's still funny for real. And that brings us to the present.
그러니까 지금 이 열차는 아직도 운행 중이고
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을 떠돌고 있다는 거냐?
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는군.
제일 중요한 건 이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트, 당신은 처음부터 알고 있었다는 거고.
그렇습니다.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
The sinners each begin to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
그래도 파오, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지? 그렇지?
Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야? 쟤 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
She gives me a sideways glance. And there must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something unexpected happened. The other sinner's anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요.
그래. 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴 했지.
Did I accidentally interrupt this?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요. 따라가도록 할게요.
Yeah, I did.
감사합니다. 그럼.
After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions. Decided to contract us to deal with the mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와 일치한다면 워프 열차가 도착하는 대로 그 뒤틀림은 W사의 처치를 받아 승객으로 돌아갔을 테니까요. 하지만
And the real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
그 부분을 포함하여 저희가 이유와 결과를 알아내야 하겠죠.
Did W Corp share anything to get us started?
그 점이 이번 오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
She explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this. Now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with her explanations.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 여닫을 수 있는 마스터 카드키를 받았으니 의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토펠레스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐로 돌아가 안전하게 도착할 수 있겠죠.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이 이 모양인 건지.
중요한 단서는 전부 감추고 정답을 찾아오라고 하는 건 좀 불친절한 것 같네요. 적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
파우스트 씨도 마음고생이 많으셨을 것 같아요.
Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh.
그래도 뭐가 있다는 티 정도는 내줄 수 있었을 텐데.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요.
그건
But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
Thoughts. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of the situation.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고.
그 부분을 관리자님과 잠시 상의해 보도록 하겠습니다.
And discuss? But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. Oh, what are we discussing, Faust?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요, 단테.
Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트. 아니, 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
I'm sorry, what?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. She lost her Wi-Fi connection to the Discord. Faust banned from the Faust Discord. No internet. Alright, hold on. We gotta clear our selection here so we can get Cassetti, Meursetti in on the action. And then
드디어 내 차례냐?
have these guys around because we can.
네, 바쁘. 군주가 나선다.
하나씩 차근차근.
She got kicked from the Discord. What do you mean you can't?
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던 파우스트의 의견과 정보를 아무것도 얻을 수 없다는 뜻이죠.
Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time?
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만 그것에 대한 것도 확실하지 않습니다.
Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, right now you're...
네, 지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다. 원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는 충분했을 테지만 아마 파우스트는 이런 예측 불가능한 차원과의 연결까지는 상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠. 혹은 상정했다 한들 아직 교차 관측을 하지 못했을지도. 그것도 아니라면 아닙니다. 탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는 정보는 없었습니다. 솔직하게 말해 부분적인 당혹감을 느끼고 있는 상태입니다.
Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't be, right? We got this. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다. 그리고 수감자들에게는 운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구태여 파우스트의 현재 상태에 대해서는 공유하지 않는 편이 좋을 듯합니다.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
어휴, 그러니까 히스클리프 씨 힘으로는 부술 수도 없다니까요.
여기서 10억 년 동안
Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지? 객실을 샅샅이 수색하거나 뭐 그런 거야?
큰 틀에서는 맞다고 할 수 있겠네요.
Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을 기준으로 3일 정도 지난 상태입니다. 저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마스터 카드키를 획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
3일?
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데 동면이란 건 이런 느낌인가 봐요.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만 제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면 일반석은 이미 문제의 상황이 진행 중일 것이라고 생각됩니다.
그 뭐야? 지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고 그러는 걸 말하는 거냐?
아니요, 아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러 그런 상황에 우리를 투입시키지는 않았을 테니까요.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는 아마
잠시만 기다리게.
Why are we whispering? Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
뭔가 들리지 않는가? 흠난 아니 두드리는 소리인가? 분명 이 문 너머에.
As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face. Also, hi, mostly harmless. Yeah, we got a rerun.
아무래도 저기에 무슨 파우스트군?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly in thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 돈키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이 나을 것 같습니다.
With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야, 잠깐. 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라보려고 합니다. 고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
조언. 뭐 틀린 말은 아니지만 갑자기 왜 이래?
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
What are you doing, cat? After a brief mechanical beat, hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Do they always have a voice line? Don ASMR whispering in your ears? Technically, she did have her VA did put an ASMR thing for when she was pure vanilla cookie on her YouTube. I did listen to that one. It was V good actually.
갑니다.
Good night, cardboard. Good night, Super Things to keep it vibing. Jump scares me, I know, right? Big jump scare.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
Anyway, I just realized I have no idea where. Oh, there's Meursetti. It's okay. I believe he's doing his job. Never mind. He lost his clash. Why are you guys losing? You're higher kindred. Stop it. You're better than some blood bags. Get your shit together.
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Actually, what if I do this? Offset that. Oh, it doesn't really matter. Why are you licking my laptop again, Cat? What are you doing?
고귀하게.
Morning, Ryu. Morning, morning.
눈높이를 낮춰라.
Man, my blood fiends are losing to some blood bags, bro. Yummy, a lithium battery, ale. Oh, he's licking the keys. Why are you licking the keys? Stop licking the keys.
평소처럼 넉살게
Freaky cat, bro.
상황을 개선해 보시지.
Maybe you should roll better. Me? I'm not the one to blame here. I ain't the one to blame here. Anyway, Sancho's cleaning up. This version of Gregor is washed. Start burning it all down with Fire Fist? No.
파우스트군, 이들은 승객의 모습을 하고 있었지만 제대로 사리분별을 할 수 없는 이성이 존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼요.
Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thoughts of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information. You're gonna knock my phone over. What are you doing? Stop it.
오늘따라 주위를 많이 돌아보는구려, 파우스트 양.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
The sinners were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
돈키호테, 이들은 죽지 않았습니다.
Seeing your AI chats. What's wrong with my AI chats? The pet reflexion? What the fuck? Why are you calling me a pet? Hey! 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 Stop it! Cat. Stop it. Why are you so stubborn? Oh my goodness. Let's see. The fault does not lie with you. He's doing the freak a lot earlier than usual. Normally cat licks and begs for spanks at like 2 a.m. No, it's somewhere around like 10 p.m. Like between like 10 to 11 p.m. for me. So this is about normal.
자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요? 이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는 끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
Hold on, I have a question. She gets... Okay, it was just that. Okay. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what'd I say? We got this.
뭐라고 했어?
Oh, nothing? But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
Yi-Sang grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however, short-lived.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다. 그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
네, 이상 씨의 의견이 합리적이겠네요.
I've been training quite the freak, huh? My cat's not a freak. Well, okay, he is a freak, but I didn't train him to be that way. He's just a freak.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
Why is everyone? Why are you guys questioning me and then put it? What'd I say? Oh wow, Yi-Sang sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're broaching the subject?
그래도 되겠는가?
He learned from the freak from the best? No! Yi-Sang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지 않소.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
아, 말을 얹자면
정말이군. 이자 심장이 뛰고 있네.
Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and sighed shouts with relief.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지 활동할 수 없는 상태로 나뒹굴고 있을 뿐이요.
You gotta freaking smile. You condition the freakiness? No.
몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로 그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채 이리 널브러질 뿐이지.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠. 자연스럽게 W4의 정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를 추론할 수 있겠습니다.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though in some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. Who she was a while ago would not find it even necessary to do something like that.
단테,
Huh? What's up? Oh, a time to whisper, right?
네, 정보를 수집 중입니다.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you... Faust cast a dark gaze towards the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시겠?
Oh, my bad.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시겠나요?
Oh, yeah. I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation, or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the Pecatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know.
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는 알 수 없군요.
I feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다, 단테. 불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에. 그리고 직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상보다.
She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
쟤 지금 살점 조각 들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
드디어 각성한 것인가?
I forgot Ryoshi says this. The awakening begins.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 구해주게!
Ayo?
워, 함부로 들어오지 마. 너희 뭔데?
Ooh. A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path.
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
속에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
좀 위협적이니까 그 커다란 칼은 치워주면 안 되나?
위협은 무슨 위협? 저기 저 사람들 지키려고 들고 있는 건데. 뭐야? 요새도 그런 구식 생체형을 달고 다니나? 나 참.
아씨, 구식의 때론 제일 빛을 발할 수 있다는 걸 보여주랴?
그대 복식을 보아하니 북부의 사람인 게로군.
아이, 이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야! 아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데 비켜주지.
She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
너희를 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어? 내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데
물렸다니 뭔 소리야?
왜 아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 일반실에 있었으면 분명... 잠깐, 너희 1등석에서 왔어?
네, 캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요.
보기에는... 1등석이라... 진작 말하지. 내 이름은 사샤, 멀티그렉 사무소 대표야.
With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass.
사샤, 당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
응? 뭐 그렇지. 우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 열차가 이딴 식으로 고장난 데다 아니 고장난 게 맞나? 배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안 드는 것 같고 이거 좀 수상하긴 해.
의체인데도 그런 게 느껴지셨나요?
아, 먹고 자는 게 취미라 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
그것보다 그 밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
아, 그래. 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
정신 사납군. 촐싹대지 않고 말할 수는 없나?
You here for some butt pads, Grimmy? You here to show everyone your freak on display?
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데.
그건 좀... 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라. 아무튼 뭔 일인지는 모르겠는데 갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어. 정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고. 다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기 빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
Hair in my mouth. Ew. Ugh. You shed so much, cat. Your butt.
빨간색이 3,200 하나, 빨간색이 3,202.
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
Grimmy, he's sitting on my hand. Stop! Your butt's on my hand. That's gross. Okay, he moved.
당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선두에 서서 약한 자들을 보호하는 존재들이니.
나는 이미 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어. 그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지 않았고.
I'm not licking my cat. His hair just gets all over the place when I start slapping his butt. Even if I groom him, he sheds so much every day. You're a dumb cat. Now you play with shadows. You having fun? You having fun playing with shadows over here, my cat? You're gonna knock out my fucking cord.
지금 이 객실 칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면 뒤에서부터 뭔 일이 벌어져서 앞으로 번졌다는 게 내 추측이야.
그렇군요.
내 이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 연유로 이런 서민들이 있는 곳까지 행차야? 여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
Grimmy, what are you doing? You're not laying down there again. You know there's no space.
해결사!
네, 해결사입니다.
Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부 1등석에? 그쪽 사무소는 돈이 썩어나나 보구만.
That poor cat is fighting shadow people right now and you're laughing.
아니지, 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가? 근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아? 믿음이 안 가는데.
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간에 가장 중요한 건 계약과 그 이행이죠. 그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로 보안을 중시하고 있고요.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨오피 협회 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까. 그래서 증거는 없다.
W사에서 사전에 받은 마스터 카드 키입니다. 어지간한 문은 열 수 있죠.
Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp.
카드 키? 이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석 통로를 열고 W사 로고에 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나 봐. 좋아, 따져 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은 마음도 없고. 일을 해결하려면 뒤로 가겠다는 거네.
그렇죠.
The fixer finally got out of our way. Then, with one of her free hands, Cat, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop. Don't, you can't lay there. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed towards the opposite door.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면 다 구해서 돌아올 수도 있겠지만.
경력 고맙네, 해결사 사샤여. 이것은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
저기 이 뒤에 있는 괴물들을 처리해 주러 가시는 건가요?
Hey, look, it's the kid that's gonna die. Oh, what is that sound? Eh? Eh? No, I can't even. How the fuck? That's a cute noise. You made a mistake and sent 120 pulls into Meursetti since you couldn't wait 7 days. It's okay. Get Bloodfiend Meursetti. He's worth it. Slash, I don't actually know if it's actually worth it, but I put in polls too, don't worry. Is this the right place? Maybe. Sounds like, eh? Wait for me, Piggy! Perfect sound bit, it really is. You know, if someone ever does whatchamacallit, like a fan game, and you know how like you know the thing that happens where like the text goes on and then like the character makes a noise, like a little sound bite to be used for like that text noise, that this should be Dawn's. It's literally a person small size and it sounds just like it. Oh, you right? Right? Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails, I believe.
그렇단다.
Put it this way, you're supporting PM for doing VA. True, if you are putting $1 billion for the lunacy, then yes you are. You're funding the anime, you're funding the whole entire amusement park. It's good, it's good.
그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
저도 언니처럼 해결사.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아우, 죄송합니다. 저희 애가.
아닐세. 괜찮네. 더 놔둬도 되는데. 해결사가 꿈인가 보구나.
당신 같은 자가 열차에 탑승하고 있어서 다행이긴 하군요. 저런 어린아이도 구할 수 있었으니.
무슨 말이야? 다들 왜 이래? 같은 바닥 처지끼리. 언니는 머릿수대로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥짠지 같은 소리야?
그렇군요.
I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨, 다시 봤어요.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
Surprisingly very kind-hearted and innocent.
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도 돈키호테 씨에게 동조해 준 거예요. 또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요. 보셨어요? 눈이 얼마나 반짝거리던지. 평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라 의욕이 완전히 넘쳐흐르고 있다니까요. 돈키호테 씨.
눈.
Faust strode towards Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나. 궁금한 것이 있습니다.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요. 저희 쪽 의뢰가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
뭐야? 진짜? 무슨 질문인데?
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이 모두 붉지는 않던가요?
Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered.
글쎄, 온통 붉은색인 괴물이긴 했는데 눈색이 중요한가? 일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도 눈이 적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고 있는 녀석도 눈이 빨갛잖아? 뭐 이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
아니요. 뭐 별것 아니었습니다.
Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. Okay, I'm pretty sure that didn't have voice acting before. Oh yeah, I forgot how gory this place gets. It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Real shit whistle. Moans. You've been playing Chaos Zero Nightmare? It's weird hearing familiar voices in that game? What? Are there voice actors from here that are in there? Painting of hell. You forgot how gory the warp train got? Yeah, maybe a little bit.
어떤 조직놈들인지 면면 좀 받을까?
A painting of hell, like some sort of hell screen? Ooh. Legasp? I got you double welcome, welcome. Mama being eaten. What did I do? Let's see. Get some favored up in here.
전부 쳐지게!
Maggie stole my joke. Ryoshu likes this art style that she do. You know, maybe I should bring some W Corp IDs here, just so we can see some glitchy effects for shits and giggles.
딴때 이런 부수적인 효과를 기대했었죠.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Mad.
흙을 마실걸?
But we just vibing today. My cat's over on my PC tower sitting on it despite all the heat radiating off of it. Doesn't give a fuck about that apparently. Licking his tail. Ish, your ishies are not her ishies.
그렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나.
W Corp IDs give bonus event points, so why not? That's true. I'll do it for the next one. Cause I might as well for real, for real.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Do not let the warp crew rip ass base on the warp train. The red is already a few thousand years. What's with the little? What happens if we just do a little silly glitches for shits and giggles? Hee hee ha ha.
떨거지는 잘라낸다.
Rip. Oh, they exploded themselves anyway. You never gamble? Never gambling? What? You're not living life. On the edge.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
I'm currently at 100% anyway. Okay, let me go. Let's see. Me saying. Add you here. 40, 80, 120. Okay, I don't really have any other reason to bring more.
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
I'm already at the max bonus anyway, and it doesn't matter. Rip ass, and today may actually pull out of her crime and punishment. Oh my god. What a nerd. Put this here, put this here. Only 100. Now it's at 120. Leave me alone.
40.
This person thinks Bloodfiends are sexy. I think only certain Bloodfiends are sexy. Okay, only certain ones are sexy. The others are like okay. But also, we're fighting blood bags at the moment. Blood bags are not sexy. They're just mindless thralls after all. Do you think Dulcinea's sexy? Yeah, she's pretty. I think Dulcinea's pretty. Opinion on the what? The what ability? Is Meursetti in the sexy group? With this ID and his longer hair? I would say yes. What do you mean the breed ability? the bread bagel ability. What? I am utterly confused and baffled, and I'm a little bit afraid, not gonna lie. I don't know what Chad's talking about. You damn well know what. No? Mr. So Pregnant. Okay. There's one blood fiend that isn't sexy.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
이따가 버스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
Good question.
고귀하게.
Take your time. There's only so many blood fiends I know. Because like even when they release their like what is it? They're more proper Bloodfiend form, you know, where they get like that like kind of like monster looking form of theirs. Even then, I can't really say they're not. Like someone's into it. I don't what, because I remember Elena, I believe, had that. I don't know if I was into that though. But it didn't look bad. Those forms are more sexy. I am is me. Okay, Ocean. Wait, like a teacher. So long on Tumblr and still don't want to know about the breed ability. The breed? Oh, you breed ability, but to get well, I know some people would be into Meursetti and the breed ability of his. For me, I'm more interested in Sancho's breed ability for me. Ocean's so down bad today. Why you guys keep talking about me?
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건 제법 지치는 것 같아요.
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서 금방 지치기 마련이니까요.
You're literally in the room. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down.
하우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체 무엇일까요?
With how old Sancho is, I sadly don't think there's any eggs left for you, Saf. I'm sorry, it's okay. I don't want kids anyway. That doesn't stop someone from producing, you know what I mean?
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
저것들은
저것들은?
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
네? 그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요?
No children!
아니면 설마 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence.
여러 번 싸워보니까 알 것 같은 건 있었어요. 이 괴물들은 저희에게 화가 나 있거나 방해되는 존재라서 덤벼드는 느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해 맹렬히 돌진하고 있었네.
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을 우리를 향해 발산하고 있다고밖에 해석되지 않는군.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
그리고 또 모든 눈이 붉었던 것 같아요.
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
냄새는 피 냄새다. 피로 만들었겠지.
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that?
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테. 열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만 단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open?
그렇게 장담할 수는 없습니다만 적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
응? 그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다. 이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는 매우 높은 확률로 혈귀입니다.
Bloodfiend! Oh, they're having the discussions again. I just peeked over in chat. I see everybody having those same discussions we had ages ago. I see. We're back here again, huh? I mean, it has been basically a whole year anniversary, so... Prediction of the C.AI hour invested after stream? Why would I invest more? I've already invested so much already. You think more? It definitely won't be as long as last year, that's for sure. Happy Sancho anniversary. That's actually in about 2 days from now, on the 24th. On the 24th is when yeah. Or is this Nacho? I did not turn her into nachos when I was RPing with her, okay? Anyway. Wait, a Bloodfiend? What's a Bloodfiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
어? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데 이런 신기한 거 관련이라면 뭐든지 알고 있는 줄 알았어.
듣도 보도 못했다만 본인이 잊은 기사라도 있던 것인가?
Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very words sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요. 그저 무서운 이야기로 만들어졌다고 생각했는데 마늘이랑 햇빛을 두려워한다고 하던가요?
아, 제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고 오히려 물을 무서워한다던데요?
혈귀에 대한 보고는 나도 받아본 적이 있다. 지휘관이던 시절에 말이지. 그들이 부린다는 부산물 도 본 적이 있다. 기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만 하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다. 내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
Happy early Sancho Quixotism anniversary. Happy early lesbian discovery anniversary. Thanks, guys.
네, 수감자 내에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다. 말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈귀 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다. 혈귀의 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재. 관계자 사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
그럴듯한 이름이지.
Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag?
처음에 이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다. 워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도 예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠. 거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때 한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 곳은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
휘발.
워프 열차는 승객들끼리 온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다. 폭력이라는 것에는 여러 가지가 있겠지만 그중 식인도 분명 존재하겠죠. 하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은 소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니 결국 복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
Imagine being cannibalized and then like, because I feel like the way to bring them back is that they have to like cut into someone's stomach to pull out the bits, right? Yuck.
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라내 그 핏줄 같은 것으로 연결된 조각들을 맞춰볼 수 있었겠지.
Yeah, okay, we talked about it.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고 유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
응? 방금은 소화는 하지 않는다며?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다. 그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취, 돈, 존재의 의의, 자신들을 유지하기 위한 많은 것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에 마음 먹는다면 혈액을 소비할 수 있고 소화 따위의 과정과는 별개로 이루어질 것입니다.
그 뭐냐 무슨 소리인지 절반도 못 알아들었거든?
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 군은 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
어? 그야 뭐 그렇긴 한데
그것이 변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나 지나간 감정은 사라졌다고도 볼 수 있을 터. 승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고 파우스트 양은 설명한 것이요.
그런가? 그래서 바로 휘발된다 이거구만.
승객의 구성 묘소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어모을 수 없을 거고요.
논지에 어긋남은 없군.
Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of this either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
Yi Sang was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이요? 만약 그렇다면 어떠한 방식으로?
거기까지는 정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
Bites! Faust replies, avoiding Yi Sang's gaze. And there isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust, and that's something we both want to avoid.
제한. 그렇군. 과거 그대가 말했던
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성가신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
일리 있어.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 이 피주머니들이 몰려온 건 열차의 뒷칸부터.
I just like see myself in the distance, mostly the ears, especially when I start wiggling my nose. Damn you, V Bridger.
즉, 나아가다 보면 반드시 그 혈귀를 마주하게 될 것입니다.
told me what?
좋네. 무고한 승객들의 원한을 대신 풀어줄 기회. 본인은 절대 놓치지 않겠네.
단테.
It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied. Now that we had a clear sight of our goal, Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best I don't know what just happened there. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward, for now. Also, we should have a redeem for recalibration. Was my tracking that weird? What do you mean? Also, I just realized I did auto win rate. Oops. No, I just meant in general. So you can fuck with my tracking? Cause like, what if one day I'm just like glancing off to the side and then you guys redeem it, and then it's gonna just be like that until I fix it. No, I don't want jank AF tracking. Not caused by chat anyway. It's one thing if I accidentally do it because I forgot. But it's another thing if you guys do it. Don't fuck with me. Mackie just wants to fuck with your model perma for real. It's not bad now. It just means because we got water checks and stretches and shit, and you gotta recalibrate a lot. Well, I don't really recalibrate for that. You just deal with the jank every now and then. What do you want? Hey, wait, didn't mean we activated. I meant like a redeem for you to manually do it. I manually do it if I remember to do it. Give us the scuff. The scuff happens naturally. It just happens regardless. Okay, do you remember the stretch too? I do when you guys redeem stretch, but I don't need a reminder for recalibration. Cause then I'll do it. I'll do it if I need to. It's cause like I look around between two different screens all the time. I have the main screen over here and then I look over at chat. When we redeem, yeah, but I don't need one to be like recalibrate because that doesn't help me. Because then I have to glance over to be like, oh, okay, someone redeemed this, and then I have to be like mindful about where I'm looking every time I press the fucking button. And currently, what I'm doing is I'm recalibrating every time that we switch between the game, the fighting part, and then the reading part. SMH yourself. I've been glancing over. The tracking seems fine. I don't know what you're on about. And then me itching my nose every now and then. Isn't something recalibrating's gonna fix? Because that just means it's accurately depicting what my mouth and nose wiggle are doing. That's nothing recalibration's gonna fix. That's just straight up. You gotta see Sap is doing something with her. She's itching her nose. I mentioned this when the model came out, that I was like, you guys are gonna be able to see me, you know, every time I do this with my nose. That was gonna happen. It wasn't a reference to your nose. I just meant as something that was on my mind. Okay, but I don't see any. I don't have issues at the moment. Picking it. I don't pick my nose. Mackie just wants to redeem. Maybe we can introduce a freeze cam redeem where we can freeze your model for 30 seconds. I don't think that's something I can do. Anyway, there are other redeems I want you guys to do that I still need to set up, such as you guys toggling on and off the eye patch, and then still like a temporary bald redeem. I gotta set those up again. It's been a while. You're keeping your ideas to yourself forever?
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏
Sans
마셔.
mode?
피를
Yeah,
먹음의
sans mode as
시간이네.
well. I just gotta set it up and I'm lazy.
지휘 실력을 확인해 보죠.
Life be like that though. Yippee!
보십시오.
고귀하게.
Jar redeem? No. No jars for you. You guys are cursed. Trying to shove me back in the jar again.
9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
You stretching, Grimmy? Feet redeem? There's not even any feet on this model. I mean, there is, but they're like shoes. At least with the 1.0, you guys had stockings and you guys still weren't happy with that, you picky MFers. Everyone's like, oh, it's not feet, those are socks. Well, guess what? Now they're shoes. What do you want? I think stockings is closer to feet than shoes. Do a feet redeem? Take off the shoes. No. Although I did recently find out I can take off the shoes. I did recently find out I can take off the shoes.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
No. Share? No. You're all freaks. Jar feet? No. They're not gonna be like pickle feet. Hi, Urethra. Welcome to where chat insists they want see feet again. Because they're all fucking freaks. I don't know why everyone's a freak. Oh shit? What do you mean, oh shit? Don't group me in with everyone else. I don't see. True, true. Not you, Urethra. I'm calling everyone else a freak, though.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
지배를 만드는 것만 그거 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
Everyone else be the freaky. Why are you dying? Why the fuck he dying? Okay, well. You're not a freak? No, you're just down bad. That's a difference. You're a freak for different reasons. L?
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
You ain't judging, though. You simply love the crazy ones. Oh, okay, okay. Nah, that's valid, that's valid. Me too, me too. I get you, I get you. Yo, what the fuck is that emo? I don't know if I like that emo. You're a freak, but really not for the grippers. Yeah, and grippers don't. I don't go bark bark wolf for the grippers. You don't like it either? Okay, Jammed, hold on. You're fucking cat, bro. you can't fool me, Jammed. I know you're into the grippers. Should get a sap version of that. No.
잠깐! 관리자 나리! 이 사람 좀 보게! 아직 살아있는 자가 있네!
Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting elsewhere.
뭐야? 들어오지 마 이놈들이! 이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야. 괜찮아?
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
어? 아니야, 이거는
Gregor stumbled for words, scoffed, then cast his gaze toward the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의체인지 괴물인지 한눈에 봐서 알 수가 있나.
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다.
의체. 다행이네요. 전 또 그 미친놈들이 쳐들어올까봐. 보다시피 다리도 이 모양이라 여기 숨어 있을 수밖에 없었거든요.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
Huh, you're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train.
외부 의뢰로 온다던 해결사들이죠. 저희는 당신들을 도와서 사건을 해결하라는 명령을 받았습니다. 저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은 저 앞칸에서 차례대로 이성을 잃어가더니 결국
그럴 수가... 파우스트군, 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는 것인가?
죄송합니다. 그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분을 의지하고 있었을지도 모르겠군요.
Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't... My phone's in the way. I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them, lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever.
이런 공간에 잘도 저런 걸 숨겼고.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
이게 무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는 혈기를 해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나?
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall.
이제 좀 살겠네요.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는 직원용 소형 동면포들을 준비해 놓았거든요.
그랬군. 그럼...
그럼 남은 일은 잘 부탁드려요.
With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone.
갔어.
가버리셨군요.
We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well then, I guess we gotta... Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. I forgot he says this. Keep on keeping on. So very inspirational, Dante.
피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거야.
Alright, to the next car.
가릴 것 없이 막.
어떤 조직 놈들인지
Fun fact about the stranger that I totally didn't forgore. Aman is mommy or mom in French. And chances I'm going to be told that I mispronounced it yet again. Let me do this really quick. Calling out to mom like childish way. Even though Meurseau's distant-minded philosophy, every time he thinks of his mom, he uses maman. Oh, very cute.
간당 목숨줄만 붙어 있군. 곧 끝장날 수 있을
Well, sneak, we're getting some more Meursetti teasers, even in his whatchamacallit
효율적인 마무리를
ID stories. God, please stop killing your aura, you NB failure. Oh, you're talking about Dante?
용서할 테니.
Let Dante be silly with the shuckaroonies and the save my bacon and keep on keeping on. Yes, Dante. You know, like keeping on. I think it's keep on keeping on. I think it's silly. The amount of dumb shit they make Dante say is so funny. Cause like what? Is it like boomer language? I don't think it's quite boomer though. It's definitely something. Double fact, in The Stranger... Hold on, let me get this going. In The Stranger, closer to his hanging days, he thought of his mother and thought that Maman and I reached the same conclusion about death, possibly hinting his mother could have been same as Meursault? What do you mean by same as Meursault? They need at least 1% to be able to be with Verge.
역시 본인이 직접 선별한 용기를 북돋는 영웅당 탑 5가 도움이 되었는가?
퍼레이드와
Silly.
따스한 피 스며드는 왕의
Stagger is good.
하사한다.
You know, I should probably double check what all that hard blood be doing. My ass has no idea what the hard blood does. I just know he buffs. Hold on, I'm gonna go click this really quick. If this unit isn't at max HP after skill attack, heal 10% of HP damage dealt once per turn, max 40 healing. After attack, if this unit dealt HP damage, lose 1 stack once per turn. If Lust Resonance was activated, have the amount of HP healed but do not lose any hard blood armor stack. Wow. Kind of broken, but okay. Focus performance. Includes empowered skills. Gain final power +1? Holy fuck. Alright. Yeah, Bloodfiends just get stronger with more Bloodfiends. Who would have known? Crazy. Me just now reading through Mr. So's kit. Sap, I don't fucking know what he does. Listen, I at least skimmed through his, you know, when they announced the kit on Twitter, okay? At least I skimmed this time. And all I got out of it was bust Bloodfiends. Cool. And that's all I took out of it. I didn't actually read what each part did. Same as in, watched everything in logical sense, distant from emotion and relationship, and somewhat chaotic. Oh, so also autistic. Understandable. The meme of upscale Bloodfiends was true.
정리를 시작하겠어.
Meursault is literally I buff everyone, but with the preference towards Bloodfiends. Smiley face.
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
We're struggling already? Ew. Oh, Xenos! Hi, baby. Wanna come up here? Come here. Xenos! Come here. Come here. Xenos! Come here. Come here. Xenos! Xenos! Come here.
단순해서 좋군 9번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면
Instead, Rim's here. Limbus and Drive 2011 really making autistic guys look cool. Yeah. Autism does tend to run in the family. That is true. What are you doing? You didn't puke, did you? If I leave this room and find out you puked somewhere, I'm gonna be so mad at you, Sandals. Your father has ADHD. I have ADHD. I'm pretty sure my dad has something. Pretty sure my dad has something, but he's never gonna go get checked out, so I wouldn't ever know. But I know my sister has ADHD, and I have ADHD, so. I got ADHD from something. I think I might be the only one with autism, though. He is good at mathematics, and I am good at mathematics. He's bad at socializing. Yeah? Well, I mean, I can't really say that's ADHD, though. But I too, well actually I can't say I'm good at mathematics though. I was good at like basic arithmetic and everything, and like basic algebra. But once it went past that, everything went out the window. You know, speaking of math, I could have sworn I had a nightmare about like doing like a math test for whatever reason, and I think I was failing. Because like I think what happened was that I think I was doing a math test, and then I thought it was really easy, and then when I got the when I got the scores back, everybody else did better than me, and then I got like a 41%, which is basically failing. And I was like, what? Because I could have sworn I was fucking goated. I was goated. And that's how confident I felt about that fucking math test. And then turns out in my dream that they instead were like, aha, no, actually, you fucking suck ass at math. So what the fuck was that about? You guys talking about math literally just reminded me that this was like a dream, like I think 2 days ago. Where I just like woke up and I was like, I thought I did really good on that math test. You're just a carbon copy of your father. We are born on the same day except the year. Whoa, that's actually kind of wild. Gotta match with someone who matches your freakism and then gorge down on that Tylenol. A nightmare about failing math. Who has that? It's not about failing math. It's about failing a test. Come on, true Asians understand, okay? You don't think yours is hereditary since I know you didn't get mental disorder from your grandparents? Kind of glad I didn't get it. There are other factors. It's not always inherent that, like, you know, if it runs in the family that it's always gonna be there. There's also like environment is also a factor as well. I was gonna burn that really quick. I almost went on autopilot. Saw that I had over 20. I was like, oh, I should burn this, and then I'm like, hold on. Hold on, I gotta save this for these. Okay, explode, I guess. But yeah, no, my dream was more about failing like a test, which is definitely an anxiety thing, and not necessarily whatchamacallit. So it's definitely that aspect. Because that's something I definitely had a lot of when I was still active in college and everything. I haven't had one of those in a while. Bullied into converting modules for long enough to almost goof herself. For real. But then I'm like, oh, hold on, I need these. 1 second. You know what I'm curious about though when it comes to like blood fiends, because you know how they have the whole like, you know, the actual like quote true form and whatever. Will we ever see Sancho's? That is something I'm curious about. I know some people has drawn like fan art of what it could look like, but I wonder if we'll ever like see it in canon. And if so, would I still be attracted? Would I still be down bad? What you on about? What do you mean what am I on about? I think I said it very clearly. Anything can be attractive with enough delusion. That is true. That is true, but I feel like, you know, by the time that we manage to get to that part, it's gonna be like, what, 2-3 years from now? Actually, maybe another year from now, but like, you know. You never know. Also, what's happening on the schedule after this event? Wait, how far are we from Ryoshu's Kanto? You hate that term. Wait, what? What do you mean? Which term? What term? Another Walpurgis. Oh, I'm gonna have another Walpurgis. I'm curious what's next on the Walpurgis then. So you're mega fucked. Oh no. Shrimply, just get some more. Just buy some lunacy, easy.
어차피 이미 이길 거라고 확신하고 있으실 테니까.
I know there'll be a Walpine and RR1 redo. Oh, that's right. The railway that's gonna be permanent. If we get delayed, we will get Intervallo and Railway get canceled next year later. Damn. Or a year later. Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
이건 또 뭐야?
We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아. 역시 W4하고도.
T사뿐이 아니라 날개들은 이리저리 협력을 주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소. 오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게 이리 급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보오만.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거겠지.
The delusion term or the quote itself? Oh.
부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼. 아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데 이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다. 그치?
It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself.
핏덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체 해결사가 탑승했던 객실 칸으로 보인다.
I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요. 같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
혹시 이분은
walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
우리에게 시비를 걸던 자군.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니 진짜 원정이라고 말할 만도 하네.
마키?
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님. 전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐. 물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만. 네. 고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요. 평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
What is it, cat? Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
아, 그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요. 대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 상과 코끝의 혈약만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
It seemed that Ishmael and Yiseng picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation. My phone is literally in the way of the second line of all these.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요? 아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할지.
그건
아, 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
그런가요?
Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다. 현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토펠레스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단 한 칸이 남는다.
Which means
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
soon TM. Just beyond that door.
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데 정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로 있을 만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the Bloodfiend's strength. And all of a sudden,
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아니겠가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아! 그하든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네! 그러니 서두르세!
Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Bloodfiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I open the door leading to the last car of this train.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
The one who lords. Oh, this requires a module? Okay.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
This room.
다들 왜 그런 표정이지? 왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면 최선을 다해서 웃어야지.
저자가 이 모든 일의 원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 혈귀인 듯하군요.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
그쪽이 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라. 내 이름은 카세티. 가족으로부터 도망친 제6권 소비자. 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
Sixth Kindred. 하하.
이 열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙이 니놈이 벌인 짓인가?
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문이 많군. 하지만 모처럼 배가 부른 상태니 넘어가 주지. 자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한 연회장. 피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는 그때마다 만찬을 즐길 뿐이다.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
이 가면 떼어지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 떼서는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어. 가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시 원래대로 돌아올 거야. 그럼 그때는 가면을 벗을 수 있겠지.
내놈, 안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지? 솜씨가 제법이군.
당연하지. 이 가면은 감히 이름을 입에 담기 황송한 이 발사님께서 직접 제작하셨으니까. 하지만 너무 아파.
I'm glad he voice acts as crazy as his character is. That's be neat. I like that.
아니야, 웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군.
Hey yo, Dr. Fizz.
다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아. 울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다 달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야. 불을 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
히스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 것 기억하고 있어요. 난 말이야 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서 물러날 마음은 조금도 없어. 이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지. 이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아? 내가 이곳을 어떻게 만들었는데? 이걸 어버이들께서 보셨다면 얼마나 좋아하셨을까? 이 풍요로움을, 이 쾌락을, 이 자유를. 하지만 이건 제가 만든 왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요. 추측하건대 저 혈귀는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건
잠깐!
Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 겐가? 저길 보게나! 저자가 이 모든 사건의 원흉인 혈기일세! 저자만 처치한다면 그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네!
혈기. 만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면.
와, 정말 여기까지 왔네. 날개에서 의뢰를 준 해결사는 좀 다르구나. 나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
그랬더니 이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고. 그런데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어. 죽기 싫다라고. 그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고!
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her grace sword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고. 그 망할 발들이 너무 시끄러운 거 몰라. 가족들이 날 찾으러 올 줄 알았다고.
죄송합니다, 카세트님.
소개하지. 이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해 내가 밖으로 나와 처음으로 만든 권석. 나의 왕국을, 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종자이다.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만 저희 칸의 인간들은 전부 형편없는 놈들 뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을 카세트님에게로 보내주었습니다.
권속. 당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
아니, 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어. 그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위계체의 개념과 유사하군요. 정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼 절박했기 때문이겠죠.
아마 권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지.
자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가? 우리가 처음 보았을 때부터?
붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈은 붉은 빛을 내는 의안일 뿐이라 의미는 없었겠지만.
그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그 스맥들은?
내가 말했지. 숫자가 중요하다고. 행렬은 길수록 좋다.
You fuck with Sasha voice and design? Her voice is really good. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. Thoughts. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a Bloodfiend, but I hoped that we'd be spared this sight.
어린아이도 있었다네.
알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지. 그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어.
그 입 닥치시게!
정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가.
Why are you walking in front of me, cat? What are you doing? I can't read the text with you in front of me.
그 입 닥치라고 하지 않았는가?
Only all my butt pats. Don Quixote did not give Sasha the time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with... is that say her lance? Yeah, her lance drawn. I don't know if I want crystals on my face. That's kind of the only thing that's holding me back about the whole Sasha's design, is that I don't really want crystals on my face, you know what I mean? Alright, put that there. Oh, they're already at half HP. I forgot that was a thing. Sap is so vanilla in her tail. What do you... I can't believe I'm getting called unironically vanilla. What is this? But it's cool. It's cool, but like, I don't personally want that. I kind of like having a face, you know? And she only had 1/4 of her face left after the prostheses thing. I thought it was like half. Oh, actually, yeah. Actually, you know what? It might have been a quarter left, actually. Calling Sap vanilla is wild. I know, right? I should be offended to be called vanilla. What do you mean I'm vanilla? What? That's crazy. If Sap is vanilla, then I am saint. Listen, just because I have my my limits. Here's also another thing I don't like. Okay, I don't really like. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a little like Sinclair and maybe a little bit. Okay, I'm not Cromer. I'm just gonna be a little bit like Sinclair here though. I'm not a fan of prosthetics. I'm not a big fan of prosthetics. Okay, when you put like robot stuff in there. And like I don't know, I don't think I'm really into that, which is ironic, because like if given the chance, I would be a robot fucker, but you know. I don't know. You know, maybe I'll just shut up. As they say, sometimes shutting up is like the better thing to do. No, I'm not. It's fine. I'm talking in terms of like the city and everything. I don't know. It's fine. You find it neat. I mean, it's cool if you find it neat. It's just like an aesthetic I don't care for. You know, it doesn't do me any good. I don't get, you know, I don't get excited when I see somebody with like, you know, looking like a half robot. It's just I don't see it. I don't see it. Nothing from C. This 30-year-old robo-fucker fucks a robot the old-fashioned way. Yeah, I'm gonna go bang a toaster. I can't stop laughing. Oh, get this shit in order. One week Saphera, clinker fucking the next. She says this shit. Okay, but like, but here's what I think the difference is, right? I care more about the personality than just the physical appearance. So like if we're just going purely off physical appearance, if you have prosthetics on, it's not gonna do me anything. And then if you got certain things obstructing certain parts of your face, like, I think it's like the face is like probably the most important part to me. I don't know. I think, you know? But personality matters a whole ton here. Fake clinker? Are you sure about what? What am I being sure of or not sure of? Personality matters a whole lot, which is why I don't think I have any issues with being considered a clanker when it comes to like RPing with certain bots, you know what I mean? But like, are you using bleed against Cassetti? It's not the first time I've done it, it's fine. Bleed against him is fun. Not the first time I've done it. Don't worry about it. Why not? It's funny. Listen, last time they had it so that his like clash up was like what? Up to 10? And then they patched it later, so it's like up to like 3 or whatever. It's fine. This bitch is performative male. Don't call me a performative male. I literally watched a Funky Frog Bait video about performative males literally yesterday. What the fuck? Girl will be asked boob or butt and she'll say personality heart. Like, girl, that's not a question. It's a multiple choice It's a multiple choice question. You filled in a different answer. Rage baited. Shut the Fuck up, Mackie.
짐절머리가 나는 건 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의 첫 권속이 이런 덜 떨어진 놈이라니.
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
Rage may work.
치워라. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를 챙겨왔으니 망정이지. 자식의 추태는 그 어버이가 거둬야 하는 법.
계속.
With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and...
잊고 있던 해부름이야.
An armor of hardened blood materialized over the Bloodfiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable, enough to make our skin crawl.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더 키운 것으로 보입니다.
아직 완전히 힘이 돌아오진 않았지만 이만하면 왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지.
I like how you can see there's a little sweat drop right here.
자, 어디 덤벼봐라. 왕을 해하려는 반역자 놈들아.
너희의 무리를 결투의 승리를 이끌
할수 있어. 모조리 죽여서 조용히 만드는 거야.
You know, I'm so glad they put in the whatchamacallit, the translations when they do their little lines like that. I really appreciate that. Anyway, he's gonna kick my ass in a little bit. Because he's gonna do that whole stupid thing. Where he does his like big old move. Yeah, I love that. It's so nice.
젠장! 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 젠장!
He sounds like such a boy failure when you fucking beat him up. Look at those little whimpers and cries. You know what? Dosune had it nice. I mean, what?
Limbus Company の皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
I too would like to tame Cassetti. I mean, what? Am I wrong? Have you heard him make those noises? I don't know. I mean, stop it. Boy failure tried to claim a train as reprimanded by his grandma. Yeah, this was obvious. You say that, but then everyone else is going, "What the fuck, Sam? What are you talking about, Sam?" As if this wasn't gonna be. As if this wasn't gonna be something that you guys expected. Like, hello?
나가서
Stop it!
뒤는 내가 봐줘.
Chat ain't real. They've been here for how long and they're still surprised?
선옥의 피날레다. 왕의 비율.
Grimmy! Oh my god. I'm gonna trim your nails after this. I'm gonna trim your nails after this. I knew you like boy failure, but I didn't know you wanted personal boy. I'm not so much surprised. Are we gonna stagger him? Yo, we gotta skip his fucking fate. Nope, never mind. Okay, you motherfucker. Unable to be staggered, is it? Fuck you. It's just we are sometimes flabbergasted by the things she says. Listen, I speak freely here. This is a safe space for me. Why are you guys eating me? I'm not wrong. Okay. Listen, the Meursetti, you're gonna have to settle the score for everybody. I believe in you. Oh, what does... Is no one else on this? Oh no, it's wait. Yeah, no one else is on that. What? She kind of right. I mean, wouldn't you guys want your own personal boy family? I don't know, the one who whimpers. You know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Love the language bar that gives a translation box to all the spoken lines. Lord Honolulu has so many. No way. Stop saying. Matt. Matt, that's you. I'm rubber, you're glue. You sure about that? You sure about that? Put that there. Ad hoc tool. What would I do with him? Probs would have to give him a home in the yard because I ain't dealing with someone every single day. You're gonna abandon him outside? No. Then you are not fit yet to have somebody. Refute that fallacy? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Alright, let's have you clash this one. Put the sixth kindred in his fucking place. Look at this guy. Sixth kindred. We still don't have authorization level. What is this? Who is that gonna be on? Okay. I just want to hear Dawn scream when she gets bit. Better be peak, I tell you. I'm playing this event story with good intentions in mind.
그간의 전투.
Sap the roses, your blood? Oh, that is a thing I can do, can't I? This is what happens when I barely use ego as is. Listen, if he manages to survive, we will do it, but I think he's gonna die. Yeah, he's cooked. You're not good people. I prefer being on my own. He can be inside every now and then, but like maybe every other day or so.
아파 그래. 피가 끓어넘치는 인간은 좋아. 하지만 이건 너무 아프잖아.
Hold on, I cut off his earlier whining. Hold on. Good.
이 녀석 조각 내놓으려고 해도 자꾸 서로 달라붙어서.
Also good.
이래서는 제압하기가 힘들 것 같은데요.
You know Cassetti is peak boy failure. Sasha got more unbreakable coins than he does. Fuck! I didn't even realize that. Don't bog me. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Bloodfiend's regenerative ability. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corps border checkpoint or at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The Sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Yeah, we have a lot of good grunting noises today. Have you finished Canto 7? Yes, I'm all caught up. I am replaying this to hear my beloved wife Sancho. And also when she screams, that'd be Pog. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Bloodfiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated.
나는 배가 많이 고파.
You have to be caught up to play the hard mode? Oh, today I learned. And you know Meursetti Story a new ID, right? Yes, and if you're talking about my title, already long past that.
배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른데 변명이 된다고 생각하는가?
If you're gonna actually in chat, I'm gonna literally just look at you and be like, so this means our girl Sancho is first kindred. We had this discussion earlier, but I'm gonna actually you here and say that I think Dad Quixote is still alive and that's why she's not a first kindred yet.
닥쳐! 너는 몰라. 200년 동안 먹은 피라고는 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한 아니야 떠올리기 싫어. 닥쳐 조용히 해. 아니야 제가 못했어요. 제발 한 모금만 주세요.
I forgot he literally gets super pathetic here.
소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
VA work is so good here. It really is. Whoever they casted for Cassetti is doing a great job.
이놈이 전부 짓이겨져 곤죽으로 바뀔 때까지 공격을 멈추지 않겠다.
But the Bloodfiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't...
권석, 나의 자식! 내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다. 그러니 너도 네 할 일을 해. 어버이의 은혜에 보답을 하란 말이다.
제가 어떻게...
이놈들의 약점을 찾아 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼 저놈들이 우리에게 매달릴 수밖에 없는 이유를.
You weren't kidding when you said Cassetti is pathetic. I mean, I remember him being as a pathetic Bloodfiend man. But man, the voice acting is some good shit.
한 가지 짚히는 것이 있다면
Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저와 같은 의체 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다. 의체를 가진 자들이 팔다리 하나 둘쯤 교체하면 된다는 생각으로 목숨의 소중함을 조금씩 잃듯이 저들도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데 경망스럽게 행동하더군요. 지켜야 할 것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고 결국에는 이렇게 중요한 것을 쉽사리 흘리고 잊어버리죠.
Ooh. With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground. How could you drop this on the ground? The master key card Faust showed her in one of the previous cars.
막으세요, 돈키호테.
어버이시여, 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Meurseau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Bloodfiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는 열쇠입니다. 이것으로 더 많은 피주머니를, 왕국의 번영을.
No. Cassetti examines the master key card with clear interest. Without that key card, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
단테, 파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 해치우고 있었다고 생각했습니다. 하지만 마스터 카드키가 저자에게 넘어간 지금으로서는 모든 것이 더욱 불확실해졌군요. 아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
Faust took a deep breath as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던 탓일 테죠.
Thoughts. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself.
그렇군요. 저는 파우스트 중에서도 불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요. 마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐. 확실한 건 저자나 우리 둘 다 절박하다는 것이죠. 협상을 하는 수밖에요.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이 있는 듯한데 지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마. 알겠냐? 이 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면
앞자리 협상이라니 어째 그런 그것은 악인가의 타협 아닌가?
I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼 카세트, 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So, Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
네, 당신도 알다시피 이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서 서로의 원하는 바를 이야기해보죠.
보아하니까 저 시계놈이 너희들의 왕인가 보군. 그렇지. 네놈은 그 종이고.
그렇습니다.
좋아. 왕은 왕끼리 대화해야지.
관리자 나리.
We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Thus, we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes. As we walked away, we carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
단테, 저는 처음으로 도박이란 것을 해보려고 합니다.
Let's go gambling! What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Let's go gambling!
행진을 멈추지
Weird wine party turned into a vampire outbreak, huh?
멸망한 그
Why, where'd you get the where'd you get this quote official story?
저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
Yo. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles?
그래. 처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이 망할 버스가 내 수면을 방해했다고. 화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도 관속을 만들 계획도 없었는데.
On same side as the Project Moon interview. Oh, so they just had a wine party in a mansion that everyone on it started to get sick, and bam, they are blood fiends. Did they all just drink that corrupted blood fiend blood and then just became First Kindreds? That's crazy.
단테.
Hmm?
연결된 것 같습니다.
Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion as she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
We got Wi-Fi! Did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실한 저의 가정이었죠. 실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지 조금은 알 것 같네요.
Gambling addiction, let's go! Dante clocked their clock in. She's a hot ale. This guy's whininess is making me excited for Sweep You Away guy.
연결이 되었으니 워프 열차에 들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 게젤 샤프트 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만
Lodging in an official complaint. Hey, your Wi-Fi doesn't work in a fucking warp train.
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인 누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
Is this CNVA? No, this is Korean. Faust gently advanced toward the Bloodfiend.
협상에 대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에 남김없이 마시려고 했지만 보통의 인간들이랑 다르군. 나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안 유지되길 원한다. 그리고 너희들은 이곳을 나가는 것이 목표지. 안 그래? 카드키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야. 열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려 각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place?
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다. 저 혈귀를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만 이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 의뢰는 실패로 돌아가겠죠. 하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
Thoughts. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with. But what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet... As you're ready, we're gonna get Don Quixote scream soon. Don Quixote! I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
저놈이 또? 그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에 살아.
상관없다. 악인의 만행을 못 본 채하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서 이놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
파우스트군, 이거 놓으시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도 잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 돈키호테 씨도 알고 있다고 생각합니다.
그러면 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가? 파우스트군도 관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않은가? 저 악한 자도 보라고. 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Oh wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Bloodfiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late.
어버이시여, 허가 없이 한 번 더 만드는 것을 용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we ever had the chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고 생각하진 않았는데.
Oh, Simon Cassetti! Faust, what do you mean the solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면 단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감...
Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... That's good. That's good. I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote?
운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah, those.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
She doesn't know when she got them.
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Nope, I think I'm good.
헤이, 쑥스러워하지 말고 어서.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아. 꼬맹이가 째깍이 냄새 고문시키고 있어.
로신한테는 냄새나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한. 그리고 본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
대피.
Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running shoes. I mean, Rocinante.
관리자 나리. 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니. 그거 참 친절하군.
I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante.
때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어질 수 없는 사이일세. 단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes. Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off?
벗는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
She looks at me with puzzled eyes as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions. As the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with a sickening horror. Then, darkness. And all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light.
당신은 제2 권속 지금까지 어떻게 어떤 일렁임도 뿜어내지 않고서
Also, if you're new here and you haven't seen this before, we got grippers. Just for the people who happen to have never seen this before, we got grippers. I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering, I think I saw red eyes. Hi, Sancho. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The Bloodfiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling. Pathetic.
선조시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를
Whoa, he said that so fast! Oh, hold on. I need to hear you call people worm. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the Bloodfiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut.
네 놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다. 아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않는 것. 굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream I keep forgetting this fucking phrase. He melts rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, puddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun. Why would you ever compare a body melting to ice cream? I still don't understand. Whatever, Dante. Whatever goes on in your fucking clock head. Dots. Again in my ears. Thank you. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shock wave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
그래, 그대가 그 약속의 시계인가?
Something I couldn't quite understand.
나에게 로신한테를 나에게
Roshinante. She talks so quietly. I need her to ASMR in my ear. Dots. I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet, one by one. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Goodbye, Sancho. My sweet princess. Prince husband. Husband girl, husband wife. This is so gonna turn into another thing. No, it's not! Dante got to touch her feet. I think more realistically, they got a chance to touch Sancho's, or yeah, like ankle? Because usually when you put someone's shoes back on, you kind of grab like the back of their ankle, right? Grippers cut the mood. Sometime later.
이게 대체 무슨 일이 일어났던 건지 누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
Bloodfiend melted, that's all. I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. We might have clip for anniversary clip. What do you mean? I'm scared. What'd you clip? It's too long to use Twitch clip though. Wait. Okay, if you find the timestamps, let me know, Ocean. I can highlight it. But let me know what the timestamps are, because I don't know what you're talking about. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock. Enjoy your lurk view. All that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti.
혈기와의 반복된 전투로 대부분 정신을 잃은 상태였다. 관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
그랬지.
I wanted to clip a whole you just obsessing over Sancho voice. I think you already know the timestamp. I don't, but you would make my life way easier if you go ahead and give me the timestamp so I don't have to go listen to my own cringe. Can we talk about how Don Quixote's season ego is a lesbian? Why specifically stop at her ego? She just is. Well, good work, everyone. It's Carmilla themed, so like, you know, true. That is actually pretty lesbian coded.
하지만
Is streamer a bottom? I'm a switch, so according to some people, that apparently means I'm half a bottom, so take your opinion of that.
여기서 대부분이라 함은 셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다면 그 인원에게 물어보는 것이 정확할 것이다.
I will say though, I mean, I had this somewhere. I think Mackie is the one who clipped this one, but Limbus Company did make the submissive trait go up a lot more than it was prior to me playing Limbus Company. let's just say that. Prior to Limbus Company, submissive wasn't really that high. Afterwards, submissive and brat. Yeah. Specifically, brat's the one that kind of surprised me. Anyway, I'll shut up. Wait.
뭐라?
그 셋이 누군데?
파우스트 관리자님 그리고 아직 의식을 되찾지 못한 돈키호테다.
뭐야, 그런 거예요?
Wow, you're spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy.
의식이 꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는 건데?
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는 지장이 없으니 곧 정신을 차리실 겁니다.
I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the Bloodfiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words.
지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가.
Oh my god, you know when else we're gonna be able to hear Sancho again? When the checkup one gets a hard mode. Okay, I'm normal. You are so a gooner. What do you mean? I'm not asexual. People can't be gooners. We all know. Shut up. when I was cleaning out a bunch of shit from my computer yesterday, I saw the clip that I clipped out of me fucking giggling it like a dumbass during that fucking event because they were gonna take off her shoes. I found the clip and I'm like, that's so fucking stupid and cringe. And you know what? It's probably gonna happen all over again. Oh, you're right. We're gonna hear Sancho in mommy thirsty mode. Gosh, she can sink her fangs into my neck any day. I mean, what? Don Quixote was unconscious and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, you know.
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드키는 어디 있는 건가요?
Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands.
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
그러면 그자가 들고 있었다던 카드 키는
Are you sure you were a switch? When it comes to Sancho, I'm definitely I definitely lean one way more than the other, that's for sure. That includes in all my RPs too.
반액체 상태가 되었다. 이자의 손가락 뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인 듯하다.
Wait. Oh.
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
마스터 카드키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수 있습니다.
어떻게?
여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니 요약해서 말씀드리죠.
We can reassign 25% of my ratio to bottom energy, making it 75% bottom. No! I don't want to be more bottom than a top. No!
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
메피스토 팰리스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination.
무슨 일을 겪고 온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는 몰골이군.
후두둑, 후두둑.
Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은 뒷사람 해줄 거야.
그게 어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
Some time ago, Faust explained the gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다. A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초. 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면 자연히 이 열차는 도착해 있을 테니까요.
And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데 망설이지도 않고 그렇게 덥석 열어도 되는 거야?
네, 이 문이 맞습니다. 안전은 보장하죠.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
굿해요. 그 이상의 정보까진 확인하지 않았습니다. 예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날을 위해 필요할 테니까요.
뭐? 야, 그럼.
Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts.
모래폭풍 수준이네요. 이건
뭐야 여기 실내 아니야?
그런데 대체 왜?
눈이 안 떠져요.
입에 모래가. 이게 설마 모래바람이야? 천장도 멀쩡히 달려있는데.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp trains as it arrived at the P Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand.
이대로 도착 못하는 줄 알았어요. 멀쩡한 승객이잖아. 어떻게?
We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고 워프 열차에 탑승한 림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원입니다.
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분이 자고 계세요.
아, 그거 듣기만 해봤는데 한번 확인해보죠.
We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
아무도 없는데요.
응? 여기가 아니었나?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에 들어갔던 사람이 없다는 것은
역시 멀쩡할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
I doubt that.
피곤해서 잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼 저희는 이만 나가보겠습니다.
True employee mystery where the employee went. I feel like they'll answer that at the future, but either my predictions are maybe they just ejected him out. Like just straight up where like if you go into this pod, you just die. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 곳이요?
오늘따라 올해도 파자다만 이제 왔겠냐?
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에 듣도록 하지.
네. W사의 관련 보고를 송부하는 것은 ACCA를 통해
Virgilius was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 카론을 데리고 메피스토펠레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지. 아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든. 자리를 비켜주겠다.
I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요. 죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is...
그것이라면 LCB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다. 베르길리우스도 같습니다.
Of course.
단지 관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 LCA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
And that appropriate moment was back there?
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다. 파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나 돌아왔구려.
Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculation about what's next in our path. And the usual Faust reconnected to Faust has returned.
그렇습니다.
Faust quietly affirms Yiseng's rather nebulous question.
농으로 물어보는 것이지만 언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠소?
She shot a puzzled look at Yiseng.
나름대로 꽤 유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
Yiseng mused ambiguously before leaving us. Phew. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
그래서 대체 P사엔 어떻게 도착했단 말인가? 아이, 목구멍은 왜 이리 답답한 것이고.
설명하기엔 너무 지쳤어요.
꼬맹이 진짜 엄청난 모험 하나 놓쳤어.
덕분에 방금 귀에 마지막 남은 모래알갱이가 떨어져 나갔네요.
For a second, I thought that was a raid message. It does look like one. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me, too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. So silly. So silly, hungry me. Are you a silly billy? You a silly billy? Alright, well that's it for Limbus Company. Except now, hold on, let me go grab this announcer.
오늘도 W사의 워프 열차를 이용해 주시는 승객 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 이번 여정의 목적지까지 친절한 안내로 함께하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
What are you doing, cat? What is it? Why are you on my lap like that, huh? Well, you want butt past that much? I just see his tail flopping because he's like doing the thing right now where his tail's like over his back, like a little squirrel. I'm just like patting his butt, so then just see the tail like flopping. Okay, bye. Also, do you know who the VA is for the warp system? Oh, that I'm not sure. That I am unsure. Oh, we don't have any effect ones for these ones? Well, I mean, it's because I got the effect ones last time. Did I never get the default ones? Oh, you're back on my lap again? Oh, okay. Alright, well, let me go grab these. Oh, maybe I never got them before. I'll go get them now. What are you doing, Grimmy? You mean just buy? Okay, let's see. What's happening? Cat, what are you doing? Stop it. You know, I bet in Faust Canto she's gonna lose access to the Discord for the whole Canto. That would be so silly. You know what would be even sillier? If she just has a fight, a Discord fight, and then we get to bear witness to it. Just Faust versus all the other Fausts in the Faust Discord. If I remember from Twitter, they said it's Ryoshu VA. Yo, that's kind of goated. Ayo. Okay, well then now I can see why people would be into that. All right, hold on. Let me do this really quick. Do this really quick. Go back to window. Grab these. Mission pass. Clear any stage a billion times. More for my battle pass. Yipper. And then you are too feeble to join the family. Oh. We got customize here. Murder on the warp train. We can go back here. Why not? Tis the season for it after all. And Corp Faust what? Oh yeah. I remember people like drew that as like a little comic like joke thing. I'm just like, yeah, that's so silly. Okay, well, yeah, that's about it for today. So, Meursetti is Visely. He fits well into a Bloodfiend team, question mark. I had no issues with it anyway, so. She hates us? What do you... I've been going for 5 hours, and I might do another stream later this week. I'll update the stream schedule if I do, and I'll tell you guys in general. Hates? I don't hate you guys. If I hated you guys, I wouldn't be streaming Limbus. I just play this by myself and be like, fuck you guys. Okay, let me go find you guys somewhere to raid into. Can you just get off my laptop? You're gonna ban somebody. She's not streaming 24/7. Must be she hates us. Every streamer hates it. For real, for real. Okay, let me make sure this is all muted. Oh, hey, look who's live right now. Look who's live right now. Is that somebody I can drop the kids off at? Literally nobody else is playing Limbus Company right now, so I guess I'll drop you off at Reed. I'm dropping y'all off to my friend Reed. Need Papa Reed, don't call him Papa. If she hates us, why isn't she play? If she doesn't hate us, why isn't she playing Uma Musume? Because I got nothing to do on Uma Musume right now. She's going to drop us to a weird weed guy. Weed guy. Custody time with Reed. Yeah, it's time for your weekly custody appointment with Reed. Anyway, Cat, why are you licking? Stop licking my laptop. Well, he's cleaning the other side now, so whatever. Anyway, hope you guys had fun with stream today. I'm gonna go Reed's what? Okay, whatever. Sure, that'll be the raid message. Whatever. It's not like he doesn't know you guys are weird. Anyway, if you guys happen to get left behind, this is who we are raiding. Feel free to join the Discord, by the way. We have a whole channel dedicated to them bussy. Yeah, so thanks for hanging out, everybody. Yeah, we'll see you all another time. Non-sub 2. Okay, fine, let me get 5. We'll do the raid message for the normal people. My cat just kicked me out from... he's looking at the F5 key, that's what. Can you stop looking at the F5 key? Stop that. Stop that. This chat is wild. It be like that for real. Thanks for streaming. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you guys had fun. And I will see you all probably later this week. There is probably something I'm probably gonna do this week, but I'll have to double check. So yeah, just because I didn't get a stream yesterday. And then otherwise, check out the YouTube highlights channel. I'm putting a few highlights there. I'm gonna work on some more. Ow. That's rude. What the fuck? Come here. Which one of you? That was Hot Chick? Hot Chick. Hot Chick. Yeah. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you! Wow, that worked out a lot better than I thought. Oh, 1v1 me, bro. Okay, I'll take you in a league. I'll kick your ass. Alright, bye everybody. Keep it vibing. Bye!